good number of bills. And for those who I haven't had a chance to meet or see in person anyways in a long time, my name is Will Haskell. I represent the 26th District in the State Senate, and I am so excited to be here in the room with all of you today. Item number 2, in terms of remarks by the chairs, I'd like to say a few words at the conclusion of this meeting to thank all of our staff, but I'll keep my remarks at the start of this meeting very short. I want to say 2 things. The first is that this committee, as has been the tradition in the General Assembly, has had an incredibly bipartisan and productive screening process. And I want to thank our friends on the other side of the aisle who have provided honest and candid feedback all along the way and have been real partners on so many of the issues on our agenda today. Second, and as importantly, I want to wish a happy birthday. I understand Rep. Devlin will be leading us in song later, but I want to wish a happy birthday to our spectacular clerk, Phil Manier. Thank you for spending your birthday with us. That concludes my remarks. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. And yes, I'll start with my deep appreciation for our clerk, Phil Maniero, spending his birthday with us. I don't think it was his choice. I think we kind of required him to be here today. But happy birthday, Phil. And thank you for all you do for the committee in the state of Connecticut. But happy birthday as a friend as well. And I appreciate everything you do. Yes, we have a reputation in the building for being a bipartisan, collaborative, working committee. I think we've lived up to that once again. We spend a lot of time together. Senator Summers, Representative Carney, myself, and Senator Haskell spend a lot of time working on bills over the course of these months. We all know where we stand on these issues. There will be some disagreements today, not to let everyone know ahead of time what those are. But there will be some issues today that we don't see eye to eye on. But generally, we know where we stand. We're honest with each other about our approach on certain bills and where we're coming from and why we think it's important. And it allows us to develop a collaborative relationship where we can disagree and agree collaboratively and work towards a shared goal. And I think we're in a position again today to finish our work in the committee, but to proceed post-committee in that really important month that we spend working on these bills before we call them in the chamber to reach a collaborative point that we always have. And so I'm thankful for that process that's led us to that point today and will lead us past today towards the end of session. So thank you to each one of my ranking and co-chairs, and thank you to every member of this committee who's helped us get to this point.
Thank you very much, Representative Lamar. We're joined virtually by ranking members Devin Carney and also ranking member Heather Summers. Representative Carney, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you certainly summed up everything perfectly for this committee. We have always worked in a bipartisan way, and I've certainly enjoyed working with both you and Representative Lamar and of course Senator Summers. I know this is your last term, so we're going to be sad to see you go, but it has been an honor working with you, and I do want to definitely wish Phil a happy birthday. I hope for his birthday he will shave his beard, but I'm sure that's not going to happen. And I do want to thank all the staff. I mean, the staff has been great, from OLR, LCO, and OFA. Jeez. And of course my research help for this committee, Ben Barecki has been fabulous for not only for me, but for my colleagues on the committee and my caucus in general. He's been wonderful helping me get through some of the issues that we've been dealing with on the Transportation Committee. So I look forward to having some good debates, some agreements. We'll have some disagreements, but overall it'll be a good meeting. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Carney. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning. And I would like to first wish Phil a happy birthday. It's nice to turn 25 every year, huh? And I want to thank our committee members and also the leadership team with Senator Haskell and Representative Lamar and Representative Carney. It's been great to work with all of you in a bipartisan manner to be able to really discuss issues. And if we don't agree, we can find a way to move forward in a way that is civil, and we can understand each other's points of view on these particular bills. So I'm looking forward to getting going. And I also wanted to say great job to Senator Haskell running this committee, or co-running this committee, and you will be missed as you embark on your new endeavors in your new life outside the legislature. So excited to get going, and I hope that we are able to pass a lot of these bills that we worked on in a bipartisan manner, and on those that we cannot come to agreement on, we can all agree to work on them moving forward. So thank you, and let's get going.
Thanks so much, Senator Summers. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the kind words from you and Representative Carney, and we'll certainly miss the opportunity to work with you going forward. We'll move on to now item 3 in the agenda, subsection 1, HB 5254. I believe we are working off of LCO number 4017. Is there a motion to the, this is a JFS to the floor.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second, Representative Smith.
Seconded by Representative Devlin. I'm sorry, Representative Smith. Representative Devlin got there just a moment before you did. Is there discussion? Yes, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Committee members should have emailed to them the LCO number under discussion, which is 4017. This takes what was formerly a proposed bill with respect to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. And based upon advice from committee members on both sides of the aisle, instead of proceeding with the bill as originally drafted, we have before the committee a study bill. The study bill that you will see in your email inboxes mirrors closely to a study bill that passed near unanimously out of the Planning and Development Committee last year, but was not taken up on the House or Senate floors. The bill requires the Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection, the Secretary of OPM, to jointly conduct a study of access by members of the public to beaches and parks adjacent to marine and tidal waters that are owned or otherwise controlled by any municipality or political subdivision of the state. It provides for certain parameters for this study, similar again to a bill that passed near unanimously out of P&D last year. And I believe it will get us closer to the point where we each understand the respective differences from some of our beach communities, but the shared access goals that I think are owed to every Connecticut resident, particularly as almost every one of these beaches on the Long Island Sound receive substantial state and federal aid that is paid for by every Connecticut taxpayer. And I believe it shouldn't be that hard from a child from Sprague or Hartford or Waterbury or any one of the over 100 towns in this state who do not have access to the beach to get to one over the course of the summer. I respect that the ideas that I proffered early in session do not share the support of members of this committee at this time. I wish they did, but I do believe that this study will at least provide an avenue for our communities to engage with the state and to achieve the ultimate goal, where access to recreational scenic areas, particularly along Long Island Sound, are guaranteed for everyone. With that, Mr. Chair, I move adoption.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. I did want to take just a moment to say very briefly that I really commend your work on this issue over many years in the legislature. Before us today is a study bill, but I very strongly believe that communities, including a community that I represent, has been put on notice that the legislature is watching this issue. We have beautiful natural resources in Connecticut, including and especially the Long Island Sound. And I so admire your mission and goal to make sure that those resources are available to all on an affordable basis. And let's be honest, the community that I represent, where you have to pay nearly $800 if you're an out-of-town resident seeking a season's pass, that's not affordable. So I thank you for raising this issue, and inside the building and outside of the building, I look forward to continuing to work with you on this bill. I don't see other hands raised. Are there other comments or questions by committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you will, please call the roll.
Hold on,
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
I'm so sorry.
Senator Martin.
I apologize. Senator Martin.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to read the LCO, the revised or updated LCO, but who will be doing the study? Are the
Thank you,
community?
Senator Martin. The study will be conducted by the Commissioner of DEEP and the Secretary of OPM.
Are there any community members that will be included as members of those that are doing the study?
Thank you, Senator Martin. They're not for the purposes of conducting the study. I will work with them. We can work with this after this leaves committee. If you want to establish a working group, I think CCM and COST have indicated their willingness to serve as part of a working group. So that could be a component of this as we move forward as well.
Yeah, I think that would be important. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Martin. I see that Senator Summers has her hand raised as well. Senator, the floor is yours.
Yes, I just wanted to see if the chairs could address. I've been told that there has already been a study conducted. Can you speak to that? I want to make sure we're not, repeating what we've done before, and if so, where that study is, because we've been told there has already been a study done. So if you could speak to that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Summers. A number of years ago, I was chairing a different committee at that time. We instructed DEEP to compile a coastal management plan to look at the coastal resources across the state of Connecticut. They had a series of findings that were forwarded to a couple committees. Those issues weren't raised at that point in time. It wasn't as formal of a study with the direct deliverables that are included in this one before you. So I think this one will be more direct in what the study seeks to find and what they seek to analyze. That prior study helped identify that over 80% of the Connecticut shoreline is privately owned, which is a substantially higher percentage than almost any other state in the country. But it didn't help proffer potential solutions and study the idea directly of access to marine and tidal waters directly. This study bill did pass planning and development last year, nearly unanimously, but it didn't get acted upon in the floor of the House or Senate. So this is not, we're not duplicating a prior study. This would be new and distinct from analysis that had been conducted in prior years.
Thank you for that. That clarifies it.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Representative. I see no other hands raised. Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Devlin, the floor is yours.
Point of order, we are unable to hear
Representative Devlin, I'm sorry. I think you have to turn your in-person microphone on.
Thank you. We're still learning our new committee rules here. Okay, whoops. Okay, here we are. No, my comments were that while I appreciate that this bill language has changed from what was a broad overreach bill to start, but I cannot find the LCO language, so I am voting no for sure, certainly to flag this, and I look forward to reading the new language. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. Seeing no other hands virtually or raised in person, I think we are ready to proceed to a vote. So, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. The action is a JFS on LCO number 4017. Lamar?
Yes.
Haskell?
Yes.
Cassano? Sims? Carney?
No.
Summers?
Yes.
Senator, could you try that one more time? You didn't appear on the screen for me.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you. Senator Doherty Abrams? Lopes?
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman? Austin?
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin?
Yes.
Kissel? Berger Givallo?
Yes.
Blumenthal?
Yes.
Representative Blumenthal, could you try that one more time?
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you very much. Chafee?
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion?
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative, could you try one more time?
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you. Conley? Goupil?
Representative Goupil votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey?
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle?
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thomas?
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers?
Representative Meskers votes no.
Morin Bello?
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes? Rosario?
Rep. Rosario votes yes.
Smith?
Representative Brian Smith votes yes.
Steinberg?
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Dauphiné? Devlin?
Representative Devlin votes no.
O'Day?
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Labriola?
Representative Labriola votes no.
Haynes?
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Harrison?
Representative Harrison votes no.
Rabimbus?
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Zawistowski?
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Zupkis?
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I think that concludes the roll. For the information of members and for the public, we are going to hold votes open until 4 p.m. Votes will be held open out of respect for the many other things that are happening in the building today. So with that, we will move on to item number 2, SB 2154. We are working off of LCO 3641. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sims. Is there discussion? If it's all right with the committee, I'll take just a moment to briefly provide a summary of the bill and allow folks time to get their hand raised. This legislation is not new. In fact, it passed out of the committee on a bipartisan basis. And before I arrived in the legislature, I think very similar legislation passed the House of Representatives on a bipartisan basis. So I want to start by acknowledging the good work of my colleagues on this legislation from both parties predating my time here. I have been really thrilled to continue the fight to modernize our laws here in Connecticut. This legislation would do so by allowing certain licensed motor vehicle manufacturers to sell their cars directly to consumers, by authorizing the DMV to issue a new or used car dealer license to a licensed manufacturer. That license would be available in the event that the dealer in question or that the manufacturer in question does not have a franchise agreement with a new car dealer in the state and manufactures only battery electric vehicles, that they sell only the vehicles that they make, and that they do not hold a controlling interest in and are not owned by another manufacturer licensed as a dealer under the bill or an entity owned or controlled by such manufacturer. I did also just want to take a moment because I think a critical component of this bill is maintaining the consumer protections that already exist under our dealership statute. I want to be clear that because this bill I think we're getting a little bit of feedback there. Because this bill authorizes the DMV to issue new or used car dealer licenses to these manufacturers, all of the existing protections that are currently in place to ensure consumers are treated fairly at a dealership would continue to be in place. That means that prior to receiving the dealership, they would undergo a financial review and take out a certain amount of bonding. There are new and used car lemon laws. There's the Magnuson Moss Warranty Act notice. There's the information that's required for consumers on invoices, a conveyance fee disclosure. There are advertising regulations pursuant to CUPTA, the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act. So I greatly appreciate the work that's been done on this legislation to make sure that consumers are protected even under this new and modern model. I see that Representative Carney has his hand raised. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do have just one question, and that is regarding an interest in a particular company. So the fact that Ford, I believe, has a 12%, a 12% stake in Rivian, I believe, would Rivian be prohibited then from selling direct because Ford has an interest in that company through you?
Thank you, Representative Carney, for the question. My understanding of the bill before us, and I want to be precise in the language, is that they may not have a controlling interest. As to whether or not 12% constitutes a controlling interest, I do not believe that it does.
Okay, I appreciate it. I mean, I have no further questions. I mean, obviously, this bill has been before us. I think every year I've been here, if not most of the years I've been here, and in the past I have supported it out of committee because I felt like at that point, you know, Tesla still is a very positive company, and they do produce an electric vehicle that is in very high demand. And there are more people buying Teslas now than probably ever before. My concerns more this year are certainly the fact that more traditional manufacturers are getting more and more in the electric vehicle marketplace. Volvo is going to be, I believe, 100% electric by 2025. So they are moving with the times and with the market. So I sort of see the necessity for this legislation kind of going away. In addition, while, as I said, Tesla has proven itself as a company, I do not believe that we should be opening the door to unproven companies. And I do not believe at this moment, and perhaps in the future they will be, but at this moment, I do not believe we should be giving a special carve out to companies that have not proven themselves in the way that Tesla has in the motor vehicle marketplace. And I must say I was discouraged this year for a variety of reasons outside of really the nuts and bolts of this particular legislation. I think we should have, you know, and it's no fault of anyone on this committee. I think we should have stuck to really the language in the bill and why a company would want to carve out. And why a company would want to carve out is to improve that company. Is to improve that company's bottom line, is to make the shareholders of that particular company happy, and certainly opening a state to a company like Rivian or Lucid, where they currently are not able to be sold, would probably assist that company. I was very discouraged to hear reasons that we should allow this bill is because traditional auto dealers are somehow inherently sexist or inherently racist, and somehow a company like Rivian is not, despite the fact that they have a lawsuit against them. I just felt that those sorts of things were very distracting, or accusations that our car manufacturers don't care about the planet and only these companies do. There are still environmentally hazardous issues involved in making an electric car. You need to look no further than what's going on in the Democratic Republic of Congo to see what sorts of issues go on there. And that is certainly a country that is run by warlords and is very violent, and is, I'm sure, on human rights violations watch lists all the time. So I like I said, I was very discouraged at that line of argument. I would have been much more amenable to just simply saying, yes, we are a company and we want to expand our company because we want to expand our company. So with that, I am unfortunately going to have to vote no on this legislation today, which is a change from past years. But thank you very much. And I know your passion for this, Senator, and I appreciate that.
Thanks so much, Representative Carney, for your characteristic thoughtfulness on this bill. It's greatly appreciated, and I know that we will continue the conversation should this bill make it out of committee. I look forward to taking your concerns into account. Next, we'll move to Representative Steinberg, followed by Representative Gopiel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to start by thanking you for all your good work on this. It is a better bill than we've had in past years, and I've seen every iteration of this bill going back. It's common knowledge that I'm a big supporter of this. I believe we're on the cusp of the new era of vehicles here in our country, which is essential, critical to our ability to achieve our zero carbon goals. There will be bumps in the road. There'll be a lot of issues still to be resolved, but we're already on that path. Tesla was an early adopter, but now we have other companies. This is no longer the Tesla bill. And soon, with the EVs, perhaps in a period of a decade becoming the predominantly sold vehicle, the issues will again have changed. But that's really not the question that we're trying to answer today. We are talking about the direct sales model as an alternative to the long-standing traditional dealership model. One of the central reasons why the industry has indicated their dissent with regard to this bill is because they claim a huge drop in jobs. And I know so many of my colleagues, I must have a half dozen dealerships in my district, are concerned about the significant loss of jobs of a major employer in their communities, and also one that has been a good citizen in their communities. And I take that very seriously. The problem with the argument is that the experience in other states really doesn't back it up. So if their central argument is that there'll be a wholesale loss of jobs, I'm still waiting for the data that indicates that. And once you get beyond that argument, I'm not so sure the rest of it holds up. This is a dealership model that goes back roughly 100 years. I submit the world was a little bit of a different place back then. They were probably still picking up after wagons and horses when a lot of these considerations were made. The world has significantly moved on since the dealership model was created. I think it served us very well. I think it should continue to exist. But I don't think that's a justification to suggest that with the advent of the EV age, that we shouldn't have other ways to sell vehicles. Carvana for used cars is a perfect example. I'm a kick the tires kind of guy. I'd probably want to go to a dealership, but I do believe that there should be options out there. With the technological changes that have come with EVs, the entire servicing model, the entire relational experience is going to change. And we are simply keeping Connecticut behind other states by choosing to stick to something that's comfortable and traditional. And we all know our dealers, and they're great people, they really are, but is not in Connecticut's interests. As I said, we have other companies now that are prepared to sell direct. If it's a matter of competitiveness and a level playing field, I'm open to an amendment that will allow any manufacturer to sell direct, because I think that's what's coming anyway. So for those of you who are concerned about the impact on your communities, I think they're overblown. For those of you who are concerned that this is anti-competitive, I'm saying focus on the consumer and consumer choice, which is something we do believe in, and consider the fact we're already on a path to big change. And this is just symptomatic of the kind of changes that we need to consider in a significantly changed landscape, which we are watching happen before our eyes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. You've been a leader in fighting for consumer choice on this matter for some time, and I as your constituent, greatly appreciate it, as well as your colleague. I see next we will go to Representative Goupil, followed by Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend you for your engagement, for those of us who needed to understand this piece of legislation more thoroughly, and willingness to dive into the details of how this is an opportunity to expand for the consumer. One area that I just was hoping you could elaborate on is the service side. That has been something that has been raised in the past, and I'd like to know what, in terms of the legislation, is there to support the service side, making sure the consumer is protected on that end.
Thank you so much, Representative, for that really important question. Look, servicing is a critical component of the work that dealerships do, and we want to make sure that customers who choose to buy electric in this manner have the exact same protections afforded to them. So under existing DMV regulations, new car dealerships are required to have a repair shop that is capable of taking care of at least 2 vehicles simultaneously. And because any manufacturer that seeks to sell directly in Connecticut would have to apply for that new car dealership license through the DMV, the existing regulation concerning servicing would apply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question. Next, Representative Devlin, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given early actions on this bill that, quite frankly, came close to criminal pay to play, I am shocked that this bill has moved along to the state that it is. I have supported this in the past, but on that basis, I will be a no vote today. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. I see now Representative Meskers has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for the amount of work you've done on electric car vehicles and the support that you're putting for the bill. I will be voting yes on the bill today because intrinsically I believe that the markets at some level should decide how we, and the consumers should decide how they purchase a car. And I believe that this provides a gateway. However, if I look at the direct sales model and the consolidation that I saw in the United States, whether it be our town hardware stores into Home Depots, our purchases ultimately through Amazon. The problem with direct sales models, in my humble opinion, is that we serve a better price to the consumer, but we extract some of the contributions to the community in the way of the higher commission sales that a dealership network provide, et cetera. So while I'm more than willing to consider that we move forward with the bill to look at the direct sales model, those applicants currently before us should be aware that I am looking to extract the maximum pound of flesh in terms of their willingness to invest in the state of Connecticut, which would include in my purview, hopefully, or outside my purview, but within my official role as a state rep, their potential investments in our vocational tech schools or scholarships to our students, perhaps on the threshold of the sales model or the percentage of sales that they transact in the state. I'm concerned about mailing my check and my profits to Texas or to Detroit for a direct sales model. So I'll be looking to work with the chairs of the committee to extract the maximum benefit possible to the residents of the state, not to my district, not to my town per se, but to the entire state, so that we end up improving and investing in our workforce, and that the direct sales agents work with us on behalf of the residents of Connecticut, not just the consumers, but those who are going to be supporting the repairs and business model they choose. So I'll be looking for guidance from my chairs on that, and I'll be a strong advocate. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you're thinking about the future of car sales in Connecticut, and I look forward to continued conversations should this bill make it out of committee. I think that there could certainly be room for improvements in the direction that you've indicated. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I've seen this bill numerous times now, and I don't understand why they keep coming back. For me, it comes down to first the protecting our consumers, and I'm all for creating consumer options. However, I don't think allowing this bill to go forward, we are doing that. In my opinion, we are simply establishing two different sets of laws for competitors, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. So with that said, I will be a no vote, and I'm still not sold. Also, I'm still not sold that the servicing side of this is we're fully protecting our consumers, even though the requirement is having 2 bays. That's part of my concern as well, that the consumer service inside of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for your thoughts. And to the extent that consumer protections can be bolstered by changing the existing DMV regulations, I'm open to that conversation. It would apply in exactly the same way as it does, whether it's to a newer used car dealership or to a manufacturer that's seeking to sell directly and seeking that very same license. But thank you for your thoughts. And I don't see any other hands raised. So I think we will proceed now to a roll call vote, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 214, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. The action is JFS on LCO number 3641. Lamar. Haskell.
Yes.
Casano. Sims.
Yes.
Representative, can you try that one more time?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Carney.
Representative Carney votes no.
Representative, could you try that one more time? You didn't appear on camera.
Okay. Representative Carney votes no.
Thank you very much. Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes no.
Needleman. Austin.
Did you just call me?
I'll let
Yes.
you get questions. I have.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Martin.
Senator Martin votes no.
Kissel. Berger Givallo.
Berger Givallo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes no.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley,
Representative Conley votes no.
Goupil, McCarthy Vahey, Michelle,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
thank you. Representative Michelle, Thomas,
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Rosario, Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné, Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes no.
O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Haynes,
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Thank you. And that concludes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. As a reminder to members who may be outside of the room or in other virtual meetings, votes will be held open until 4.
Mr. Chair, I was just trying to see if I should do the vote now or do it later after the meeting.
For the purposes of voting, I recognize Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Gopiel.
Thank you. Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gopiel.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Wonderful. Once again, votes will continue to be held open. We will move now to item number 3, SB 334, an act establishing a program to make preparing for and taking the commercial learner permit knowledge test available for incarcerated persons. Let me just start very briefly by thanking MTAC the LCO number here is 3979. This legislation would require the Department of Corrections by January 1 of 2023 to make suitable space and technology available for the commercial driver's license knowledge test to incarcerated individuals who are re-entering the community within 6 months and are not disqualified from driving a commercial motor vehicle. It would also require that DMV assign personnel and other necessary resources to administer the test in Department of Corrections facilities as deemed appropriate by DMV and DOC. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Representative
Smith.
Mitchell. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Smith. Very briefly, for the purposes of discussion, I want to thank colleagues on both sides of the aisle, as well as our friends at MTAC and the CBIA and nonprofits and the Department of Corrections and the Department of DMV, who have come together to say, yes, this is a problem. We have a shortage of folks who have their commercial driver's license. And at the very same time, we have a shortage of job opportunities for those who are nearing the end of their term of incarceration and don't have access to a good paying job. There's a shortage of drivers on the road, and these jobs are paying $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 on entry. So I'm really excited about this bill to address our crisis of recidivism. And Representative Carney, I see your hand is raised.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I agree. I think this is a great bill. I would like to make a motion to start a consent calendar.
There's a motion to start a consent calendar. Is there a second to Representative Carney's motion?
I second.
Seconded by Representative Lamar. Is there objection to adding item number 3, SB 334, to the consent calendar that's just been created? Hearing no objection, that item will be added to the consent calendar, and we will move on now to item number 4 on our agenda, which is fittingly SB 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. This is a JFS to the floor. We are looking at LCO 4015. There's a lot contained in this bill. Overall, I want to emphasize that it has been, I'm sorry, before we start discussion, is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Now, on to the for the purposes of discussion, I want to thank the Senate Democratic leadership for making this bill a priority, and my colleague and friend Senator Cohen, the chair of the Environment Committee, for recognizing that we can't talk about our transportation crisis without addressing its impact on the environment, and we can't talk about the environmental crisis without addressing that 38% of our carbon emissions come from the transportation sector. Representative Lamar and I have been hard at work as to how Connecticut can lead the way in making sure that we live up to our word and protect clean air for generations to come. This bill does so in a variety of ways. It electrifies our state fleet in a timeline that we believe to be feasible. We are making sure that those who live in condos and rent apartments, the 34% of Connecticut residents who live in multifamily units, that they're not left behind as we transition to electric vehicles, that they too have access to charging infrastructure. Right to charge legislation, as is contained in sections 3 and 4, has actually passed in Florida and New York and New Mexico, I believe, California, a variety of other states, and we're following their lead there. We're also requiring that going forward, we can't ask folks to electrify, to move away from their internal combustion engines unless we address range anxiety. And that means installing more charging stations across the state. So this legislation would require that 10% of it would require landlords to approve a tenant's request to install an EV charging infrastructure. And in new construction in Section 5, it requires that any state facilities and school buildings have level 2 charging installed at 20% of parking spaces for cars or light duty trucks. It also requires municipalities to ensure that new commercial and multi-unit residential construction with at least 30 parking spaces be pre-wired to support level 2 charging infrastructure. It exempts charging infrastructure from property taxes in Section 6, and it improves the cheaper program, something that my co-chair, Representative Lamar, was instrumental in creating, but something that is in need of some tweaks in order to make sure that all families have access to these zero emission vehicles. We're making sure that those who live in communities disproportionately harmed by pollution, and also those who fall below an income threshold, can more easily qualify for a subsidy as they seek to go electric. And also, we are deepening that subsidy. We are making sure that business fleets, which do the most number of miles traveled, are eligible for that subsidy. And we're expanding it to e-bikes, thanks to the advocacy of so many folks who are passionate about that provision of the bill. I could go on. The bill contains bipartisan suggestions. I want to highlight in sections 9 and 10, something that Representative Carney has worked on for a number of years, making sure that the money we are collecting via the Clean Air Act fee is actually spent on activities, whether that's through the STF or through the general fund, spent on activities that make the air clean, that address air pollution. We're modernizing traffic signals by putting forward $75 million in bonding because too many communities desperately want to install traffic signals that respond to the flow of vehicles, that aren't just timed, because when you make those traffic signals responsive, you reduce traffic and you reduce emissions. And for what it's worth, you reduce headaches. And that's contained in this bill as well. I could go on and talk about school bus electrification, which is so critical to protecting the health of young people as they travel to and from school. I could talk about how we are establishing a voucher program so that businesses, which may be subject to stronger emission standards going forward, have a financial opportunity to gain some help as they seek to transition to cleaner vehicles for their medium and heavy duty trucks. And I could talk about how we're following the lead of Colorado and making sure that we are very cognizant and vigilant about any new and substantial infrastructure improvements, making sure that they do not worsen our climate crisis, but in fact that we steer a sizable percentage of funding towards green infrastructure, investments that would reduce our carbon emissions, pedestrian walkways, bikeways, public transit, electric buses, things of that nature. I apologize for the long comments, but there's a lot in this bill. And as you can tell, I'm excited about it. I don't see any other hands raised. Is that possible? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Carney, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and obviously, thank you and Representative Lamar for your work on this issue. I am, even though I did vote no on the prior bill, I am a strong supporter of transitioning to electric vehicles if the market determines that, and I think that obviously a lot of folks want to be able to purchase an electric vehicle. Many can't afford to do so at this point, and hopefully that will change. I am supportive of the of putting the Clean Air Act fee obviously back where it should go, and eliminating the reduced registration fee for electric vehicles. Right now, a lot of electric vehicle owners are primarily in the wealthier brackets. I do know there was some concern. I mean, just by nature, this is an enormous bill, and there was some concern about some of the mandates involved regarding, the right to charge section, some of the requirements for new construction. I don't love the idea of setting a minimum rebate for residents in environmental justice communities at $5,000, not because I don't want to help those that are trying to get an electric vehicle but may not be able to afford one. It's just I don't know if that would be the determining factor I would go by. I would say it would make more sense to me if we went by income level as opposed to necessarily where someone lives. I know there has been some questions about the e-bike section from members of my caucus, and there was some concern about about section 18. If you could, can you just elaborate on section 18 on the state carbon budget section?
Gladly, Representative. Thank you for those thoughts. So Section 18 would require the Department of Transportation by July 1st of 2024 to consult with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and establish a statewide carbon budget that essentially would set the maximum amount of greenhouse gas emissions permitted from the transportation sector. The bill would also require the DOT commissioner to adopt regulations that ensure all state, regional, and municipal transportation projects, notably excluding any maintenance and safety projects, adhere to that carbon budget, and they would be submitting those regulations to the Regulation Review Committee by July 1 of 2021. Those regulations would have to cover, among other things, the method for calculating greenhouse gas emissions expected from the projects and strategies and ways to offset the projected emissions increases. Critical to this section of the bill, we would require the Department of Transportation and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to implement a public outreach plan and ensure that stakeholder engagement is present throughout the process. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. I mean, there was, and it may not directly read this way, but I know there is some concern, and I have a little bit of concern with this particular section being sort of an end around to get to TCI, as it will set this maximum amount of greenhouse gas emissions, as TCI was supposed to involve both DOT and DEEP, and to set that sort of limitation, having the commissioner come up with regulations to adhere to this. So I do have concerns about that. I mean, overall, I am, of course, willing to work with both you, Representative Lamar, and folks on the Environment Committee about this bill. I mean, I do think trying to get electric vehicles into get more affordable electric vehicles on the market is important, and get it to a wider array of people would be helpful. And I am supportive of, obviously getting more charging stations on the road for every vehicle, not just a specific manufacturer, because I do see Tesla charging stations at rest areas and no one using them, which is very discouraging. And they can only be used for Teslas. So, I think this is probably a work in progress. For right now, especially representative of my caucus, I am going to be voting no on the bill. I do, like I said, though, I do think there's some good in here. I think there is some that needs some work, which is primarily the reason I will be voting no, but I do appreciate all the work that you have put into this bill. And I know we will be talking a lot between now and May 4th on this particular piece of legislation. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. I appreciate that. And I too look forward to those continued conversations with you about this bill. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the intent of this bill. I think there are a lot of good parts to it. And I also recognize that this is not a final bill at this point. Some of the JFS language we just got last night, it's taken some time to be able to work through it. Has there been any preliminary fiscal note on this bill done yet?
I don't believe we will have a fiscal note, Representative, until it arrives on the floor. So I personally have not seen any fiscal note.
Okay, because a lot of these programs are I don't think it's even that debatable. They are going to be quite costly, and I'm concerned about not only state taxpayers but town taxpayers, our municipal taxpayers, particularly on the electric school buses. I think electric school buses are a wonderful idea. But what is the cost differential between a regular school bus and an electric school bus? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, Representative. I'm far from an expert, but I've spent a good amount of time speaking with representatives from DATCO and also some others in the school bus industry. I understand the difference to be one is under 100,000 and one is north of 250,000 in the current market. But there are provisions in this bill specifically to make that transition feasible and affordable. For one thing, the federal government, as a part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, has made available $5 billion for the purposes of school bus electrification. Given the number of school buses across the country and the figures that I just mentioned, that funding is going to be incredibly competitive. So what we seek to do in this bill is make sure that as Connecticut and as our school districts and as companies like DATCO go out and apply for this federal funding, that they have matching dollars available to them so that Connecticut receives its fair share. There are also provisions in here that I'm happy to discuss with regard to extending the contracting period so that there's greater time for these more expensive vehicles to amortize. And then there's finally a property tax exemption that is aimed to make this transition, again, more affordable, to your question.
Yeah, that is very helpful. I mean, nobody really wants to see diesel buses running outside schools. So, I mean, I think it's a good idea, but I do have some serious concerns about cost to taxpayers. One of the other sections here that I had some concerns about has been rewritten. It was about the regionally significant projects and then withholding of TAR grants and a lot of things like that, but that's been rewritten. I have not had time to really spend a lot of time looking at the JFS language on that. I would feel much more comfortable if this were split into several bills instead of one big bill, but that's life here at the Capitol. So we don't always get our wishes because I said there's areas here I could support and others that I have great concerns. At this point, I will be voting no as well to flag it, and I appreciate your answers to my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that, Representative. Thank you for your thoughts. And just with regard to Section 18, that section was revised in response to feedback from DOT. We want to make sure that they have time to get this right, and hence we're giving them a build-out period. Representative Devlin, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a massive bill, no doubt, but I do want to lend my support to the broader, more laudable goals, right? It's another step towards helping reduce climate change, but it also is a big step in terms of reducing pollution. And with that, I mean, I absolutely have some concerns about this bill, particularly in its current format. I totally support the big picture of it. We had discussed earlier, I still do support that there's some merit for propane, the buses. I share my colleagues' concerns about the significant costs that may be brought on our municipalities. And at the same time, I know there is also a strong desire in the communities that I represent to be able to transition to electric school buses. So working further to be able to find ways to make this happen in a way that, you know, one of the biggest concerns that I continue to hear from residents in this state is the affordability. So we've got to be sure, I think, as we're moving to reach some of these big policy goals, that we're doing it in a way that isn't going to make our state less affordable, if you will. And along with that, I was reading much of the testimony, and I thought it was interesting, and I think it's worth further discussion as well as this moves forward, about the use of the rebates, because we have been doing this in the past, but the market has definitely shifted. There are a lot more options out. The demand is much higher, and I would anticipate the demand would continue to grow. At the same time, we need to get the infrastructure in place. And there was some thought and I thought it was interesting in the testimony that I read as to whether or not the extent that we were pushing that in this bill was necessary. So overall, and particularly in light of not having a fiscal note, I am deeply concerned about what the overall cost of this will shake out to be. And so I am going to support this today going forward, but in no means does that mean that I will continue to support it unless some of these things evolve to be able to ensure that it is a positive move for our state on lots of different levels. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I look forward to continuing to have that conversation, and I really appreciate your support out of committee today. Representative Meskers.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the chairs and the ranking members for working on the bill as it stands today. Two concerns and two opportunities I want to highlight. I think at this point, we need to work together with the municipalities, the school districts, and the DOT to ascertain the scope of the demand for the electric vehicles and to see whether it makes sense to have a centralized purchasing authority or rental authority, depending on whether they're leased or purchased buses, to maximize our negotiating skill with the manufacturers, so that we get on board with the cheapest option available in the purchase of those vehicles on behalf of those municipalities or those bus companies. Secondly, I would like us to engage Eversource because it occurs to me that in the look at the school bus fleets, I'm assuming that the demand and usage of the school bus fleets during the week and on the weekends is going to be disparate, and potentially during the summers. And as we're measuring storage in our fleet of vehicles, it would be good to have Eversource involved as well to see whether this, in some level, begins to provide us with some level of storage and stability of our electric grid. I'm assuming that we're going to have opportunities. As you see, I believe I don't know if it was Ford or GM is engaged with the California Electric Utility to look at those vehicles being some source of storage and stability of the grid. I think we're going to have a tremendous amount of batteries in buses moving around our state. And when they're not moving around and they're fully charged, it's either for the next usage or potentially to feed back into the grid. And I'd like to look at those opportunities to make sure. So it's both the purchasing and the look at these. These are moving battery plants. I want us to think about them in that functionality as well. And those would be my most serious comments. It's a complex bill. There's so much we're looking to attend to, but I think that amount of dollar purchases we need to put a lot of resources into play to make sure we have an effective purchase policy on those buses. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Meskers. And it's music to my ears what you said. I think that I'm really encouraged by what we've seen already in Connecticut with regard to the batteries contained in buses being used for storage and getting creative about how to ease strain on our electric grid during peak consumption hours. I think that this legislation merely hopes to continue that work by getting more of these chargers and more of these buses on the road. So look forward to continuing to chat with you about that. And thank you for your supportive comments. I don't see any other hands raised. So Mr. Clerk, if you will please call the roll.
Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. The action is JFS on LCO number 4015. Lamar. Haskell.
Yes.
Casano. Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney.
Representative Carney votes no.
Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman.
Needleman votes yes.
Senator, can you try that one more time for me?
Sure, Needleman votes yes.
Thank you. Austin.
Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin. Kissel. Berger Gervalo.
Givallo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee, yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Goupil. McCarthy Vahey.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Hi, it's
Oh,
sorry, I had a delay.
If you could go ahead and I'll call McCarthy Vahey again. I have you on the screen.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy Vahey, if we could try that one more time.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Thank you. Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thomas.
Rep Thomas votes yes.
Thank you. Meskers. Morin Bello.
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes.
And if I could line,
Representative Meskers, go right ahead.
if I could line jump there, Representative Meskers votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Rosario. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné. Representative Devlin.
Yes.
Representative O'Day.
Pass.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes no.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Urbimbus votes no.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will remind members that we are holding votes open until 4. And if there are any members who failed to cast their vote but are interested in doing so, yes, I recognize Representative O'Day for the purposes of voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative O'Day is a no on the SB4. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. We will move on now to item number 5, SB Number 333, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Motor Vehicles. LCO 3774. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second? Representative Carney, is that a second?
Sure, second.
Thank you. And Representative Carney, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, unless you want to go over the bill, I would make a motion that we add this to the consent calendar.
The motion has been made to add the item to the consent calendar by Representative Carney and seconded by Representative Lamar. Is there objection to adding SB 333 to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll add that item to consent and we'll move on to item number 6. This is HB 5255, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. This is a JFS LCO 3953. JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second, Representative Smith.
Seconded by Representative Smith. Very briefly, I'd be happy to do my best to summarize the legislation before us. I want to emphasize first and foremost that this legislation is very much a work in progress, and I look forward to continuing to discuss this bill with members of my own caucus and, of course, members of the House and those on the other side of the aisle. Very briefly, sections 1 and 2 would bring Connecticut into conformity with the vast majority of other states across the country by prohibiting the possession of open alcoholic beverage containers in vehicles' passenger compartments while driving on a highway, and impose a minimum penalty. There would be exceptions for passengers in vehicles that are used for hire, such as taxi or livery vehicles, as well as transportation network company vehicles such as Uber and RV quarters. It also requires, there's a section in here concerning mid-block crosswalks that prohibits parking within 25 feet of any marked crosswalk. This provides an exception for parking spaces established prior to October 1, 2022. This allows DOT to establish variable speed limits on limited access highways during extreme weather events or emergencies. But it also, importantly, and in response to the feedback we received during the public hearing, requires that electric signs indicate that speed limit. There are provisions concerning entering private property during emergencies. We heard from DOT that they sometimes face administrative delays if a private property owner is out of town and they have to get onto that property for the purposes of ensuring public safety during an emergency. Happy to discuss the sections at greater detail. For those who are bike and pedestrian advocates on the committee, of which I know there are many, this modestly expands the DOT commissioner's authority to condemn and purchase property to include property intended for use as a bicycle lane or multi-use trail. I'll turn it over now to the committee for any questions or comments, and I'll do my best to answer questions if they come up. But that is a very brief summary of the, I think, 23 sections of this legislation. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Obviously we get this bill every year in a different, obviously different sections. Sections 1 and 2, though, I do have concerns about. From my perspective, if the driver is not drinking an alcoholic beverage, then I don't think there should be a law violated. I think the whole point of designated driver laws is just that. And if, I have heard some concern, well, it would make it easier for the driver to have access to an alcoholic beverage. But if the driver even takes a drop of alcohol while they are driving, they are guilty or could be guilty of driving under the influence. So that law is already in place. I do get concerned that there will be additional traffic stops with potential violations for this, particularly, going to and from places like concerts or sporting events, particularly involving younger people. And I just don't think this is an egregious violation. Obviously, nobody wants someone driving to drink, but we already have all those laws in place, and we have very strict laws involving that. And having a passenger with an open container just does not, to me, seem like something that we should be asking police officers to look for, considering they have so many other things to watch out for. I know a lot of this has to do with federal funding, and I think that could be the only reason. I don't think we would be talking about this if there was not federal funding attached to it. I'm certainly interested in seeing what happens with the data submitted to OPM. But for the purposes of today, because of that section, if that section wasn't in here, I'd probably be voting yes. But because of that section, I will be voting no. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative Carney. Appreciate your thoughts on the bill as a whole, as well as section 1 and 2. There was reference made to the federal funding question, and I just wanted to be specific for folks on the committee who might not be as familiar with this provision and its implications for federal funding. In Connecticut, because we are only one of 11 states that allows open containers to be found in the passenger section of vehicles, unfortunately, we have 3% of our surface transportation funded diverted for the purposes of education, but diverted away from critical infrastructure improvements that I know we would all like to see in our community. Since 2001, the Section 154 penalty amounts have added up to $175 million. $175 million. It is a huge amount of money. In 2022, it's estimated to be $11.2 million lost because of this provision. And that number is sure to increase as all of our formula funding, thanks to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is increasing by about 38%. So as the denominator increases, so too does the amount of money that we lose because of this provision that puts us out of line with the rest of the country. I did just want to add one other comment, which is that unfortunately, we are seeing a spike in alcohol-related injuries and fatalities in the state of Connecticut, and we heard that come through during the course of the public hearing. Some numbers that stuck out to me: in 2019, 98 out of 249 fatalities on our roadways were alcohol impaired. In 2020, that number increased to 118 out of 299 fatalities, alcohol impaired once again. We don't have the 2021 numbers yet, but unfortunately it's slated to be another deadly year. And at least some of that is attributable to alcohol. And many across the country, including our federal Department of Transportation, believe it is more effective to prevent alcohol from being consumed by the driver of a vehicle if there are no questions as to whether or not such an open container can be contained in that vehicle. I see Representative Devlin has her hand raised, followed by Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or sorry, Mr. Speaker, where am I? Mr. Chair. Two points for clarification, if you could, in this bill. The first, and we talked about this before, but I'm not clear where things have landed. And one is section 3 that talks about mid-block crosswalks. And we know, having, such long history in our state, being an older state, Route 1 is a very congested kind of area. Parking is always at a premium. I think of Main Street in Westport. If this was to go into place, it's 25 feet of any marked crosswalk. I believe the intent of that is for safety purposes, and it's also compromising a tremendous amount of space for cars to be able to park. Is there some compromise here? Is there being talked about in terms of maybe lesser feet and also a grandfathering type provision?
There is a grandfathering type provision, Representative, contemplated in this legislation. So at the end of section 3, you'll find an exception for any parking spaces which are already in existence prior to October 1 of 2022. So I think that addresses the concern in historic main streets. My understanding from the Department of Transportation is that this is largely about visibility for pedestrians, making sure that we can address the spike in pedestrian fatalities that we're seeing. That being said, we do want to recognize that there are painted crosswalks that have been long established that would be very difficult to remove at this point, from Mystic all the way to Westport and many towns in between.
No, and I appreciate the safety concerns. We certainly have had some tragic incidents in the communities that I represent, but what is 25 feet? Because or maybe that is a point that can be further discussed as this moves along, so that maybe it's 12 feet is sufficient. That still allows for more parking, certainly more visibility, as opposed to somebody just sort of sneaking out after a parked car, which could be more concerning.
Sure. I'll speak for myself here. I'm very open to continued discussions on that 25 number. I think it has to do with what we have seen nationally and what the Department of Transportation hopes to emulate from other states. But let's continue the conversation to find out what's the appropriate balance here.
Great. And the other point that I would love to get some clarification on is around section 17. You did talk about it a little bit, but and while I certainly applaud increasing bike lanes, the trails, et cetera, in the areas of the state where we are with narrow 2-lane roads, and safety is paramount. As I've shared with you, my son was hit by a car actually in a bike lane on a 2-lane back road. But like, what leeway does this give for the DOT? Some of these lanes or roads are bordered by conservation land. So like, exactly what freedom are we giving to the DOT through this to just seize any property that they would want?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question, Representative. Referring now to lines 514 of LCO 3953, the commissioner may take any land that he or she finds necessary for the layout, alteration, extension, widening, change of grade, or other improvements to state highway. There's no change contemplated there. We're simply adding the words bicycle lane, multi-use trail to the existing statute with regard to taking. So it's not a change in the underlying power or the process of takings. It's rather just an extension as to what we think transportation is and means. I think that historically in the state, we've thought of transportation as hopping in a car and getting from point A to point B. And for many of us, that's how we got here to this building this morning. But by adding bicycle lanes and multi-use trails, we, I think, begin to recognize that transportation is increasingly multimodal, and that when we are given the Department of Transportation and the commissioner himself opportunity to engage in taking construction, repair, reconstruction, maintenance. I'm looking now, it's subsection C, line 565. We want to make sure that once again also includes bicycle lanes and multi-use trails. I hope that answers your question with regard to the fact that there really isn't an underlying change in the process or procedure of takings, just an extension as to when it might be applicable.
So I appreciate that. It doesn't really give me more comfort because it does expand the opportunity. So again, I think of 2-lane roads. I'll give you an example going up by Aspetuck, and that the DOT wouldn't be seizing any property for any other purpose unless it was to expand. And if it is going to expand, it's going to expand into conservation areas. Now, granted, these are roads that are, certainly traversed by bikers, and not everybody is considerate driver, if you will. So I think we really just need to be careful here about how that would be interpreted and how that would be used by the DOT, because it is appropriate to expand bike lanes. Although I will say in some parts of one of the towns I represent, they have taken initiatives that have actually not been so positive. But I think that we really need to pay attention to that. And I look forward to further conversations. I'm supporting this today, but I will be keeping an eye out on those 2 provisions just to make sure that they'll be workable going forward. Thank you.
Understood, Representative. I'm curious about those initiatives that you mentioned. I'll ask you offline, but let's continue talking, and we'll be sure to engage the department itself in that conversation as well. Representative Zawistowski, followed by Senator Cassano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Representative Devlin mentioned the acquiring the property for bikes, lanes, and trails, and that's one of the concerns that I have as well. And I come from an entirely different part of the state from Representative Devlin, or for you for that matter. I'm up in the north central section, and if you have narrow roads and all of a sudden DOT decides that they want to be able to increase access to bicycles or other types of even footpaths, this would give them an expanded ability to be able to maybe chop off people's front yards. I mean, that's a concern that I have, and I think really needs to be addressed. Any expansion of eminent domain, as far as I'm concerned, just gets the little hairs on the back of my neck up anyway. But I think in order to, I think this needs to be much more specific in the language in the bill. And I think that would be some help, but I cannot support that. A question also on truck platooning. Could you please explain? I know there's people here that don't understand what that is. If you could explain what that is before I ask my question, I'd really appreciate it.
I will do my best. Thank you, Representative. I believe this question is with regard to Section 18. Truck platooning is a practice that has not currently been implemented in the state of Connecticut, but is under study in most of our neighboring states. This is a situation where multiple trucks are following one another at a very close distance, and they are connected by some sort of wireless communication such that they can reduce draft and increase efficiency on the roadway. It's usually 2 or 3 trucks traveling closely behind one another. Importantly, there's nothing in this legislation that would contemplate any of those trucks not having a driver, so that there is an amount of control retained in the cab of the vehicle itself. But the trucks would essentially be programmed to stay close to one another and hopefully reduce congestion, increase the amount of goods that can be moved efficiently through Connecticut, and reduce draft, which reportedly saves these trucking companies a significant amount of money in terms of fuel expenses.
Thank you for that. Do you have a sense of how far apart these trucks would be driving? Because if you have a driver in some of the following trucks, they'd have to have lightning fast reflexes in order to react, I would think. I'm trying to determine whether or not there's enough space between these vehicles for somebody to pull in, or if one stops at the beginning, whether or not they could actually react in time to stop. That's a fail safe. I realize that, but we've all had problems with computers, and we've had technical difficulties here as well. And I just don't have enough trust in that to be, I mean, this could be a potentially very, very dangerous situation. And I just don't feel comfortable with this. Do you know how far these trucks would be traveling apart? Or?
It's a certainly fair question. Technical difficulties do happen. I understand they're happening in the Judiciary Committee as we speak. So I don't have an answer for you, Representative, with regard to how closely they follow one another, because it isn't contemplated by this legislation, and I'd have to get in touch with some industry professionals who do this in other states. But I did want to highlight that this legislation doesn't just establish conditions under which platooning may be implemented in Connecticut, but as importantly, or more importantly, it requires that platoon operators submit a plan to the Department of Transportation and receive prior approval, that they display a mark indicating that the vehicles are platooning, and ensure that the vehicle operators are still sitting in that driver's seat so that they can override the technology if necessary. I'll work offline to get you an answer as to how closely they actually follow one another in this scenario. But my understanding is the intention is not to typically allow or encourage traffic to get in between these cars. That would pose a safety risk, and one that, you know, the driver could override to allow, but that's not the intention of the technology.
And on the same subject, is this, you had mentioned that other states are studying it at this point. Are there any other states in the Northeast that have actually implemented this?
I don't believe that any other state has implemented it, but I do know that most of our neighbors are studying this. I will let you know if I'm incorrect about that as soon as possible, but that's my understanding.
Okay, and is this actually a study bill? Because I would feel much more comfortable if this were a study bill.
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as a, sorry, Representative, did I cut you off?
On this topic.
On this topic, yeah. I wouldn't characterize this Section 18 as a study bill, because it does give the Department of Transportation the ability to establish conditions where platooning may be implemented, but it does require, in the same way a study bill might, a whole lot of information made available to the Department of Transportation and subject to the approval of the Department of Transportation before it could be implemented. So I don't think that supporting this legislation, inclusive of Section 18, through the General Assembly would mean that all of a sudden we would see truck platooning on the roadway. I think that there are a lot of interim steps, and in that way, it's sort of a study.
Thank you, but it would not require legislative approval at that point.
No, that's a good point. It would not require legislative approval.
Okay, and one last question on the technical changes. Could you explain to me what the technical changes to the work zone speed camera pilot program are?
Sure. Representative, could you just remind me on which section that can be found in? I'll do my best to get there quickly.
It is 21 to 23.
Thank you very much. As you'll recall, the legislature last year passed a provision which allows the limited implementation of work zone safety cameras speed cameras in work zones to protect the safety of those who are engaged in the construction of our roadways. I'm just looking at this section now. I think that all of these changes, as requested by the Department of Transportation, are minor and technical in nature, and that they are just in the opening phases of beginning to roll this pilot program out. For example, one thing that's added here I see is that control has been added to the statute as to conform with definitions elsewhere, and then there's some minor typos that are fixed, which is the nature of legislating as well, as you know.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also have privacy concerns about that, but that cart is over. That horse has already left the barn. So I mean, it really can't do much at this point unless you're prepared to change the whole program and basically get rid of the pilot program. But that's certainly not the intent of this bill. Anyway, I appreciate your answers, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Cassano, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Okay, just checking here. I'm back and forth with meetings here, but I heard just maybe 10, 15 minutes ago some discussion on the backseat alcohol. And are we still discussing that, or are we moving around? Or?
Senator, we discussed it briefly. Happy to answer any questions that you have. I did want to mention one provision which you and I had discussed offline, but might benefit the entirety of the committee. This prohibits an open alcoholic beverage from being contained in the passenger area. But if in the event there is not a trunk, it is specifically contemplated in Section 1, subsection 5 of this bill that the passenger area is not considered a locked glove compartment or the area behind the last upright seat closest to the rear of the motor vehicle. In other words, a car without a trunk could still have an area where it is permissible to have an open container under this statute. It just would need to be essentially behind it, all the way in the back seat.
Okay. Thank you. My concern is we've heard some of the earlier discussions, but as I think about this comes from DOT. And if you go back over the years, DOT has had a very active campaign, whether on a federal level and on a state level, on having a designated driver. If you're going to go to a ball game, and I've been one that's gone to a Patriots game or a Red Sox game, whatever it might be, we've had a designated driver if you want to drink a beer or whatever it might be. In fact, I've been a designated driver. That was a promotion that's been done multiple times at both the state and federal level, and it made sense. This proposal just tears that apart. It doesn't make sense. It's totally inconsistent with the kind of money that they invested in making sure that somebody driving that vehicle is not drinking. And people are just going to break the law. They're still going to go to a ball game. They're still going to have beer in the car, whatever it might be. It just is inconsistent with anything that we have been taught or asked to do, or whatever it might be as a society. And I just don't see it being effective. I don't see it being fair. If somebody that is driving that automobile is not drinking, and that was the goal of the tremendous advertisement by, again, both state and federal level, use a designated driver. In fact, for some people, I've had even kids say, what does it mean, designated driver? Why are we getting away from that policy? And that's exactly what we would be doing here. Doesn't mean that the person driving is drinking, but there was no reason to stop the car under the designated driver.
Senator, thanks for your comments. And as you know, I have a tremendous amount of respect for your position on this issue. I would respectfully argue, though, the notion that we're somehow moving away from the tradition and the established program of encouraging folks to have a designated driver. That's still very much the case. It's just we're saying that those passengers who aren't driving, they can drink before, they can drink after, they can cork their wine bottle and put it in the trunk if there is one, in the back seat if there isn't. They just can't drink it while in transit. And I understand that this is something some folks enjoy in Connecticut. I would argue that my constituents, if I went back to my community and said, would you rather have $175 million for faster trains, safer roads, and stronger bridges, or would you rather have the opportunity to crack that beer in the back seat every so often on your way to a baseball game? I think that they would make the decision that roughly 40 other states have, which is that they would prefer the infrastructure dollars. But I respect your position on it. And like I said at the outset, I'm not sure if you were on the call at that point, because I know you're jumping between things. This bill is very much a work in progress, and I think we'll continue to see revisions working in a collaborative manner in the weeks ahead.
Thank you.
Representative Meskers, followed by Representative O'Day.
And thank you for all your comments. I think most of the topics that I'm concerned about were covered. I would highlight the issue on parking in lieu of the pandemic and restaurant dining and the occupation of some of the parking spaces. I'm not sure that I understand DOT's intent. In my major shopping areas of town, I have angled parking into the parking spots. Therefore, in order for a person who's parked, he has to back up to then go through the crosswalk. I've also designed in a number of areas where I'm concerned about traffic, bump outs. So I'm concerned that in addition to the safety measures I've provided, that I'm going to be forced to eliminate parking spots potentially in the future. So I'd like them, I think we need to talk about the 25 feet in relation to what type of parking and where the DOT feels that the design and nature of traffic calming and slowing efforts would be sufficient. So I don't want an absolutist mandate on 25 feet without an understanding of the nature of the traffic and parking programs that are in place. So that just needs, I think that needs a serious rework depending on urban design in the shopping areas.
Thanks, Representative. Appreciate those comments. Obviously, each community is rather unique in how it's designed, but we also want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to address what really is a crisis, and one that isn't talked about nearly enough, but one that Representative Lamar helped to get started with our Vision Zero Council, which is conforming to national best practices for pedestrian safety. So I do think that the grandfathering clause takes care of some of the concerns that you mentioned here. We'll continue to talk about the others and figure out how they can be resolved going forward. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. First surrounds sections 11 and 12 on the emergency powers being declaring emergency by the commissioner. I, of course, had drafted some language potentially tightening that up and left it in my office. So I apologize. We've been going back and forth here. But I'll forward those to the committee. I know you said it's a work in progress. Maybe we can talk about that. The lines 279 to 285 or something, or somewhere around there. The second issue is on the open container. My recollection, we talked about this in the hearing, was if it's like an Uber or a Lyft, that the open container you would be allowed to consume if you had a for hire. Is that still the case that they're excluded from this?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I'll answer those questions in inverse order, if that's okay. With regard to section 1 and 2 in open containers, there is an exemption for passengers and vehicles that are used for hire, taxi or livery vehicles, companies like Uber, and also RV living quarters. So this is pretty narrow to, your friend is driving, but not the Uber that you call to get you home from wherever you need to go. regarding sections 11 and 12, certainly open to feedback. I believe, if I recall correctly from our conversation, you wanted to look more closely at how that emergency is declared. As it currently stands in the statute, this gives the Department of not the statute, the bill before us. This gives the Department of Transportation the right to enter and use private property to correct unsafe conditions or restore interrupted rail or transit service during commissioner declared emergencies, provided that the DOT notifies the property owner before entering and compensates the owner for the property use in accordance with state law. As you may know, Representative, existing law allows the commissioner to declare a state of emergency when certain thresholds are met. If a public railroad or its facilities are deemed to be in unsafe condition, or there's an interruption of essential rail service. Condition number 2, if a public transit facility or airport or its equipment is damaged due to a natural disaster and incurs substantial casualty loss which results in unsafe condition or interruption of essential service. Or condition 3, an emergency condition exists on a public road that demands immediate attention to ensure public safety. And just to provide folks with a little bit of context, as you and I may have discussed very briefly, I understand from the Department of Transportation that there was a situation with regard to the pipeline that brings aviation fuel into Bradley Airport. They had to rectify a very unsafe and untenable situation relatively quickly. And my understanding is the property owner was out of the country. So they were just delayed in the amount of time that they could take to get on site and fix that problem for public safety and for the airport's operation. That's, I think, what this, what sections 11 and 12 contemplates changing.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your comments and pointing out with respect to the open container, the exception there that sort of addresses some of the concerns we've heard about vehicles without a trunk. I will say, though, I don't know that that goes far enough. I've had several pickup trucks in my lifetime, and certainly in a pickup truck that's just a bench seat or a two-seater, there is typically an area behind the seat that is not a passenger area where you know, a takeout from a restaurant could be placed. Presently, the last 2 pickup trucks I've had are extended cabs. And in that case, the area behind the front seats is a passenger area, meaning there's no non-passenger area in the cab of the truck. And so you still will have a situation where you may have a cocktail that you picked up at a restaurant with your takeout order that under the law, you'd have to put in the bed of your pickup truck. So I think that area needs a little bit more work, and I appreciate the comments you've made about provisions within the bill here being, you know, works of art and still under discussion and subject to change before they emerge in a final form. And with that understanding, I am going to vote to move this bill forward, as I have stated in the past, but I do think that we need to look a little bit more carefully at the open container language. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I don't disagree. It is a work in progress, and I would concur. A work of art, and compliments to our attorneys who drafted the language. To your point, I think here's my commitment to both you and to other members of the committee. Let's look at what is permissible under the federal statutes such that we can invest these millions of dollars into transportation improvement projects. And as a committee, hopefully we can craft language that is the most permissible and the most acceptable under those federal guidelines, such that we receive the dollars, but also are not creating unnecessary headaches for those drivers who might be picking up takeout, as you referenced. So we'll certainly continue to work on that. And thank you so much, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't see any other hands raised, so I think we will move now to a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
House Bill 5255, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The action is JFS on LCO number 3953. Lamar? Yes. Haskell?
Yes.
Casano?
Yes.
Senator, could you try that one more time?
Senator Casano votes yes.
Thank you. Sims?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Carney?
Representative Carney votes no.
Representative, could you try that just one more time?
Sure. Representative Carney votes no.
Thank you. Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman. Austin.
Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin.
Senator Martin votes no.
Senator, could you try that one more time for me?
Senator Martin votes no.
Kissel. Berger Gervalo.
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion. Conley. Goupil. McCarthy Vahey.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle.
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Thomas.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello.
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Rosario.
Representative Rosario also votes in the affirmative.
Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné. Devlin.
Yes.
O'Day. Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes no.
Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will move on now to item number 7, HB 5259, an act concerning an application to the Connecticut Port Authority for an extension of route. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sims. I'm sorry. Yeah, seconded by Representative Sims, and Representative Carney has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Is there a second to Representative Carney's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Lamar. Is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will add this item to the consent calendar and move on to item number 8 on our agenda, SB 391, an act concerning the recommendations of the Legislative Commissioner's Office regarding minor and technical revisions to the transportation and motor vehicle statutes. This is a straight JF to the floor. The title is a little long, so we can just call it Katrina's bill. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second, Morin Bello.
Seconded by Representative Morin Bello. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Now we're really moving. Thank you, Representative Carney. Is there a second to the representative's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Lamar. Are there objections? We will add this item to the consent calendar. Move on to item 9 on our agenda, SB 215, an act concerning the development of a transportation engineering recruitment program. This is a JFS to the floor. For the purposes of those following along, we are looking at LCO 949. And since this is substitute language, I'll take a very brief moment to explain some of the changes contemplated in this statute. The problem we are trying to address is that in this historic infrastructure moment, the Department of Transportation needs more staff and support than ever before, and yet they are currently struggling with recruitment from Connecticut universities, hiring engineers, maintainers, and other critical positions to improving our roads, our rails, and our bridges. This legislation requires that the Department of Administrative Services and the Department of Transportation commissioners recruit engineering interns and promote recruitment at public and independent higher education institutions. The legislation also requires that the Department of Administrative Services Commissioner, starting July 1 of 2023, increase the pay rate for interns such that it follows the Consumer Price Index. Another critically important section of this statute says that between July 1, 2022 and June 30 of 2025, DAS will place DOT's entry-level engineer and maintainer jobs and level 2 maintainer jobs on a continuous recruitment status. And it will require the Department of Transportation to make an offer to or reject a candidate for these positions within 60 days of receiving his or her application. Finally, this appropriates $100,000 from the general fund to fund entry-level engineering recruitment within the Department of Transportation. I want to thank Senator Austin for her strong support and her hard work on this bill. I know that she's passionate, as are so many members of this committee, of making sure that DOT has the people they need to help our communities modernize our infrastructure. Are there comments or questions about the bill? Yes, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did not realize Senator Austin worked hard on this bill, so I do want to thank her too. This is a very good bill, and I would like to make a motion to add it to the consent calendar.
Second.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask Representative Carney that you retract that motion to add it to the consent calendar, because I messed up and I failed to ask for a motion to JFS this to the floor.
I will remove my motion to add it to the consent calendar.
Thank you. That motion's been retracted. Is there a motion to JFS this legislation to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Representative McCarthy-Vahey, seconded by...
Second.
Second.
215 LCO 3949.
Yes. Thank you, Representative Lamar. He has seconded the motion to JFS this bill to the floor. Now we are going to entertain a motion from Representative Carney if he wishes.
Sure. I would like to make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative, and I apologize.
Second by Representative Reyes.
My wires crossed. That motion's been seconded by Representative Reyes. Is there any objection to adding this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will do so and then move on to HB 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3950. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sims. I'll just start by saying that the testimony we received to the concept of consolidation of local and regional transit districts was overwhelmingly positive. And in fact, that testimony reflected an urgency to this infrastructure moment to make sure that as more federal funds become available, our local and regional transit districts are not competing against one another. So what this legislation seeks to do is that beginning in fiscal year 23, the DOT commissioner will subsidize no more than 90% of the fiscal year 23 operating expenses of a transit district formed by a municipality or member municipalities that do not have a combined population of at least 100,000 people. It also requires the commissioner to further reduce the subsidy of a district not meeting that population threshold by an additional 5 percentage points fiscal year until fiscal year 33, or until the district meets the threshold, whichever is easier. Beginning in fiscal year 33, it prohibits the commissioner from annually subsidizing more than 40% of the operating expenses of a transit district that does not meet the population threshold. Finally, this exempts transit districts that receive federal rural transit assistance program funding. Are there questions or comments from committee members? Representative Carney.
I thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate your work on this, and I understand why some folks would want it. I do think some of the penalties might be a little harsh, and for that reason, I am going to vote no today to flag it.
Understood, Representative. I look forward to continuing that conversation. Are there any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll?
House Bill 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. The action is a JFS on LCO 3950. Lamar? Yes. Haskell?
Yes.
Casano? Sims?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney?
Sorry, Representative Carney votes no.
Summers? Doherty Abrams? Lopes?
Senator Lopes votes yes on this bill.
Needleman? Austin?
Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin?
Senator Martin votes no.
Kissel? Berger Gervalo?
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Representative, could you try that one more time for me?
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Thank you. Blumenthal?
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee?
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion? Conley? Goupil? McCarthy Vahey?
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle?
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Thomas?
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers?
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello?
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes?
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Rosario?
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Smith?
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg?
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné? Devlin?
No.
O'Day?
Representative O'Day votes no.
Labriola?
Representative Labriola votes no.
Haynes?
Representative Haynes votes no.
Harrison?
Harrison votes no.
Rabimbus?
Representative Ribimbus votes no.
Zawistowski?
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Zupkis?
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Mr. Chair, that completes the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're now moving on to item number 11, SB 389, an act concerning traffic mitigation, LCO number 3973. Do I hear a motion? I'm sorry, do I hear a motion?
So moved, seconded.
Motion made by Representative Thomas and seconded by Representative Smith. Are there any?
Mr. Chair, correction. I didn't get my word in. I think it was Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Sounds good. Seconded by Representative McCarthy Vahey. This act deals with ongoing traffic mitigation issues throughout the state of Connecticut. It has a couple parts. It requires by 2023 that the Police Officer Standards and Training Council work with DOT to develop traffic incident management programs. It enacts a steer it and clear it program that expand to all public roads versus just limited access highways. We expand the use of drones for accidents and facility inspections. I think a lot of us were able to have an incredible tour a couple of months ago and saw the utilization of drones and how it could help in accident clearance and really reduce the amount of time it takes to get cars moving again on our local highways. It had great public testimony and support, and Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Is there a second to place this item on the consent calendar?
Second.
Second.
Second by Representative Berger Cavallo. Is there any opposition to placing this item on the consent calendar?
I'm sorry, that was, oops.
Representative Michelle, are you objecting to the placement of this item on the consent calendar?
Not at all. Sorry, I was making a comment and not realizing my mute button was not on. It was more about the second of the motion. It's okay. It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no objection to placing this item on the consent calendar, we will add item number 11. Moving on to item number 12, HB 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. Do I hear a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Moved by Representative Sims, seconded by Representative McCarthy-Vehy. The item before us would regulate external speaker noise. Allows municipalities to regulate the operation and use of these speakers, similar to how we regulate ATV vehicles. It creates a vehicle noise testing requirement before your emissions. Their biannual emissions would also include now a vehicle maximum decibel level analysis. We think that will help us analyze the extent to which illegal mufflers or exhaust systems are put in place on vehicles that exacerbate the level of decibels that are allowed for emissions. There's also the development of a photo noise monitor program that we're seeing developed across a number of locations that would allow use of camera technology once a specific car emits a decibel level higher than what is legally allowed. It would take a photo image of that vehicle. I see Representative Carney, followed by Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm just curious, what is the decibel level that we're looking at here? Is it up to the municipality?
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I believe the decibel level, for clarification purposes, I'm going to ask OLR. The decibel level, I believe, is up above 90 would be in violation.
We're looking it up right now.
No problem. Just hold on 1 minute and we'll get a complete answer for you.
Sorry, small technical difficulty. This is Heather Poole in OLR. It depends a little bit how fast the car is going. There's a different decibel level for the size of vehicle, but for like your average car, it looks to be about 72 decibels.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
Is this, so when we're talking about external speakers, I mean, this only has to do with an external speaker attached to a car. So if I have a speaker, that I plug in and put it on my lawn, it wouldn't apply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this was a direct consideration based upon a rise that we're seeing in a number of communities, vehicles being equipped with these external speaker systems that are generating significant decibel levels in their operation. And this was intended to curb that expansion that we're seeing. So it would only apply, this section, section 1 would only apply to those external speakers.
Do you know where one would, I mean, is there any consideration to just banning these particular external speakers? I'm sorry, I mean, I don't know that much about these particular speakers, so I don't know if they're made on the black market or they're purchased outside the state, in the state. So I didn't know if there was any consideration for that.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. We did look at potential banning, but we considered that there is a practical application for these at, you know, certain events where it's fine. If the decibel level is kept within control, I don't think people are objecting to the use of them at sporting events or activities or at the local park. I know Parks and Recs vehicles may have these, and there are certain like wedding party events. There's certain practical applications for this technology that made sense so long as they're within the decibel level. And so we wanted to just regulate how loud they could be rather than ban them outright.
Okay. Okay. You know, I certainly appreciate the answers to my questions, and I did see the testimony, and, you know, I do feel for the people that have to deal with this loud noise. I'm sure it is annoying, very annoying. But I'm not today. I don't think I can support this particular bill. I do have concerns about the penalties. Again, it goes back to one of those things that, you know, I know it's annoying, but is this what police officers should be focused on? I don't know if there's another way we could deal with it. You know, I'm certainly open to looking into that. And then I don't particularly care for the recording of images of license plates based on the noise level on these vehicles. I think that kind of violates privacy. Again, I get the annoyance, but for today, and like I said, I am willing to work on this bill with the chairs to try to get it to a point that may be, in my view, more workable. But for today, I will be voting no. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question about the photo noise monitoring system. Where would these place and what do they actually photograph? Do they photograph the whole car, the driver, the license plate? And how would that be able to be placed to be able to get that? Because presumably if you have somebody making noise driving by, you're not going to be getting a clear picture, and you have to kind of know where you're going to be placing these things. There's a lot of details.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Zawistowski. The application of these that is most successful it fixes them in locations that are known by municipalities or local police departments to be areas of congregation where vehicles will either show off the systems or rev up their mufflers or otherwise purposefully violate the noise decibel limits established by statute. And in those locations, you would have a fixed photo system that would take only of the license plate. The system, and you and I have had these conversations about other photo-based systems. It would mirror those other photo-based systems that I am somewhat enamored with and you are somewhat unenamored with.
I think that's your accurate statement, if understated. But yeah, I just don't understand how you could be able to predict where these cars are going to be placed. And if it only takes the pictures of the license plates, I mean, presumably it's going to have to be a wide enough scan that you can see other things that are going on in that neighborhood. And why, if there are predictable areas where these folks are going to congregate, why can't you just send a police officer?
Thank you. And I think part of the issue is oftentimes there are numerous vehicles that are engaged in the activity. And the police officer may not be the most pressing need for is a noise complaint. Particularly, I'll give you an example of Long Wharf in New Haven has been raised and talked about before the committee. And we had testimony from our local district manager as well as the adjacent state representative to me in New Haven, where it is a common weekend occurrence all summer long, where folks are engaged in these activities right along the shoreline, and the sounds just carry throughout entire New Haven Harbor, miles away to adjoining communities that are not even close to the location where it's happening. Sadly, it's difficult for us to allocate on a priority basis the use of officers for noise complaints, particularly over the course of the summer and evenings in the city of New Haven. Our officers are often drawn away from that area towards other public safety concerns. And for us, the use of photo noise monitors may help us identify number of individuals who are engaged in this activity, where practically it would take a large number of police officers showing up in force to otherwise cite and monitor.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned multiple cars may show up at these. You're going to talk about multiple cameras at these locations, or I'm trying to figure out how this would work.
Yeah, so the interesting way that it's done in some communities is they'll have an image, and if a vehicle drives by and emits a decibel level higher than 72 decibels, it would take an image at that moment, a video image in that moment of that vehicle, and if it's a subsequent motorcycle or vehicle, would take another image at that moment. The application I saw in Paris, France, of all places, had multiple staged within a short distance. I think they had like 6 or 7 along I forget the name of the route, but a pretty common route for motorcyclists to exceed the decibel levels in a given area, and it would take images at those locations. I think they were fixed like 200 feet apart, so they could get a clear and concise image of each individual vehicle as it emitted a decibel level higher, a sound level higher than the decibel limits.
And who would actually monitor these cameras? Is it a police officer? I mean, would this be actually about some type of person at the police station, or who actually watches it, and how long would you retain records on this?
So this would require that a sworn member of either the city of New Haven, or if it's at a state route, or the state of Connecticut, a sworn officer of either municipal state police would have to review the system's recorded images, and that member could issue a citation based upon his view of the recorded images, and that that individual was properly identified and the license plate was properly readable, and enough evidence was there to issue a citation. We'd only do it in the first 30 days of operation of these cameras. You could only issue a warning. So we don't want people to be caught off guard. So in the first 30 days, you put these things up, you violate the ordinance, we just issue a warning to those individuals. And anytime after that, that's when they could be eligible for a citation. And the camera images, we had a series of data retention provisions that were considered as part of the other camera programs that we enacted at the state level. We'd model those image retention policies.
And is there an appeals process for anybody who gets a ticket in the mail or who's called in?
I presume that there is an appeals process. If I ask my LCO attorney, Ms. Stratton, is there an appeals process delineated inside of this that reflects an appeals process that is otherwise available to an individual through state citation?
It would just be treated like a motor vehicle ticket.
Right. Thank you. So yeah, you'd have the traditional appeals process that would otherwise be available to an individual through if they'd received the citation for violating the noise ordinance and were caught by a police officer.
Okay, because I did not see anything in the bill on that. I appreciate your answers. I do have significant privacy concerns about this, the accuracy, as well as basically getting something in the mail saying that, yeah, you were here and you made a lot of noise. No, I absolutely get that the noise is a problem. I have no doubts in my mind that that's a problem. And it's not just in your area. There are people that drive by and even in rural areas that are pretty loud. But it just has such a big brother quality to it that I just can't possibly support this. And I think you probably realize that. But I appreciate you trying to do something about noise situation. I just don't think that this is it. And I can't support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zawistowski. And you are correct. If I had to predict if one person in opposition, I would have predicted you. We've had a long-standing conversation about the use of this, and you've been very consistent on highlighting those issues, particularly around the privacy concerns. And I do appreciate where you come from on these issues. Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Rosario and Representative Michel.
Chairman Lamar, I want to thank you for raising the bill. It's not an issue in my particular locale that I suffer from, but the testimony from the residents was overwhelmingly heart-wrenching and painful to hear what they had to say about noise pollution. And it dovetails with a couple of issues I've raised on 95, and that's just traffic noise. Here we have manufactured noise that's beyond the belief. Knowing the resulting pollution, noise pollution, the health impacts, and the safety concerns. And I understand privacy concerns, but whether it be in this case or at those locations on the highway where we're using cameras, I think my police force is best controlling violent crime and violence on individuals and quality of life issues and whether it be in speeding on the highways or this noise. I think we have to find a healthy median with the big brother or oversight. But I think collecting data on people that are cranking up that decibel level on a regular basis and just say, we're going to make it painfully, painful for you financially over time, and you're going to be caught on a regular basis. We're going to drive this business outside or away from where it's currently happening and hopefully end it. And I have to say, I'm in strong support after having listened to the residents of those neighborhoods describe how they, one, attempted to regulate themselves and were either got into disputes with the groups, and frankly, tying up my cops would seem to be less productive than using this. So I'm going to step forward and support this bill. And I thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Representative Rosario, followed by Representative Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just listening to the line of questioning brought me a little bit of pause, especially when you mentioned Long Wharf. I, on occasion, will go down to Long Wharf with my family, have some of the best Puerto Rican cuisine. Many times, when it comes to Puerto Rican culture, although I don't condone it all the time, but, we like to listen to music. We like to be festive. What I'm afraid of is that they'll take some of these machines and put them in areas where we gather for cultural events, i.e. the Puerto Rican parade, or I know there are some rogue events. They have those burnouts and get-togethers, and sure, if you want to set them up there, set them up there. But I'm going to support it out of committee. But I just want to flag it just to say that, when it comes to, especially with culture, I have a lot of auto clubs in my district and around Bridgeport, around New Haven and Waterbury, that they do listen to music and show off the cars, have car shows, and the music may be a little loud. So I just definitely, I want to support it on committee, but I definitely want to flag it. It has some issues for me.
Thank you, Representative Rosario. And I agree that we want to ensure the proper utilization of the technology if we're going to use it. I would contend that a little loud is not what we're talking about in the very specific instances that we heard from members of the community. And I think that's what we're attempting to get a handle on. Representative Michel, followed by Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask a question. If somebody were during campaign or for rally to walk on the sidewalk with a bullhorn, right? And then, I mean, are we talking decibel levels that are all set at the same level across the state? It's kind of unclear to me, and I'm sorry about that. But then, so if somebody decided to put either a bullhorn on top of their car and be driven around and remind people to come to vote, what would happen in this case if somebody made a call? Because if if I understand, the burden of proof is on the person who's causing the noise to prove that they're not above the decibel level. But I'm not sure that somebody at a rally or trying to rally people or trying to remind people to come to vote in some districts would be capable of actually proving that the sound level is under the limit.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. I'm not certain I understand the question, but no provision in here would limit the expression of free protected political speech. So the idea, and I think we've struggled with this in New Haven in the past because we do have campaign vehicles during campaign season come through and blast out reminders to go vote. I don't know that those are particularly effective means of campaigning for any future politicians who might be running statewide. I don't know that it's in your best interest to blast through the streets of New Haven with "come out to vote." I don't think that cuts the way you think it does. But beyond that, the goal of this legislation, again, is just to equip our officers with the ability to handle extreme instances where we are recognizing repeat offenders engaged in what is generally nuisance activities, not, folks have it at a cultural event, not political speech driving through before election day, but every night, all summer long, individuals getting together and blasting at incredible levels, just like highlighting the sounds that their mufflers can make as loud as they possibly can, and connecting these systems in such a way that is amplified and across an entire community. That's
Well,
what is being made here.
Just to come back on this, and I'll try to be brief, but for example, in some of our neighborhoods, like to have a message in French or Creole with the Asian community, certainly didn't seem to cause any trouble. But the car got pulled over about this, and I think the driver got ticketed. So that's why while doing campaign work. So that's why I'm just making sure that this bill is just not going to emphasize that or that kind of reaction from the police force. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And again, a municipal ordinance would have to be established. Like a community could establish a municipal ordinance, and they can certainly ensure that free speech is protected, cultural events are protected, and language translation, all of that. The goal, again, that I think municipalities are asking for is the ability to regulate this more nuisance behavior that isn't tied to those activities, but instead a very specific and deliberate attempt to make as much sound as possible.
Thank you.
Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was thinking along the same lines as Representative Rosario from the cultural piece, but he already covered that. So I just wanted to go to my second point. If I missed it, I apologize. I don't see any reference to motorcycles and motorcycle noise. And I'm wondering how this bill is covering the motorcycles, which in many cases is the loudest noise that can be going through some of these streets or some of these countrysides, as they're touring the countryside, and the only noise in that whole area is the roaring bikes. Just wondering if how that's being covered by this bill, if at all.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. Sections 2 and 3 through 5 get to those uses. Section 2 would require Department of Vehicles to subject to biennial emissions testing requirements, to undergo inspection of the vehicle's maximum decibel level. At the same time, that's more broadly applicable than the external speakers. And then the photo noise monitors would also equip communities with the ability to take pictures of motorcycles at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to share the same sentiments as my colleagues here, Representative Rosario and Representative Reyes. And I won't belabor the point, but I think that this bill, I do understand the intent of the bill, but I do think that this bill will bring on unnecessary attention to the Black and Brown community And I know we have some bad actors out there, but I don't think that this bill really it really targets this the noise ordinance and then with cars, with motorcycles, with loud music. I just think that this is almost an attempt to, and I'm not saying it's coming from you or anyone in particular, but I think that this has unintended consequences to really kind of target the Black and brown community. So I just wanted to, share that point with you. And like I said, I will support it out of committee today, but I do reserve my right to vote against it on the floor. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And the point is duly noted, and I appreciate you expressing that concern. As we move forward, I'll keep that in front of mind and work with you and many others to try to ensure that if we do develop a program similar to this, that it's limited and focused on very specific nuisance complaints and not more broadly applied in a discriminatory manner. And I think that point is well received on my part. Seeing no additional questions, Mr. Clerk, can you please take the roll?
House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. The action is JF to the floor. Lamar. Haskell.
Yes.
Casano. Sims.
Representative votes in the affirmative.
Carney.
Carney votes no.
Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman. Austin. Martin.
Martin votes no.
Kissel. Berger Givallo.
Berger Givallo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley. Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thomas.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Morin Bello.
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Rosario.
Representative Rosario also votes in the affirmative.
Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné. Devlin.
No.
O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes no.
Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Rebimbus.
Representative Ribimbus votes no.
Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That completes the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will move on now to item number 13 on our agenda, SB 332, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sims. For the purposes of discussion and summary, this bill would prohibit licensed wreckers from This bill prohibits licensed wreckers from requiring owners of disabled vehicles to sign, as part of the towing consideration, a contract for more than 24 hours of vehicle storage. Are there questions or comments? Yes, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know there has been some work on this last year. And I do think there needs to be more work done on it this year. So for the purposes of today, I don't really want to take a side, but I do want to flag it so we can have additional conversations with the two sides. So for purposes of today, I will be voting no.
Understood, Representative. Looking forward to those continued conversations. Are there other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, we'll move to a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 332, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing. Lamar. Haskell.
Yes.
Casano.
Yes.
Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney.
Carney votes no.
Representative, could you try that one more time
Sure.
for me?
Carney votes no.
Thank you. Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman. Austin.
Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin.
Martin votes no.
Kissel. Berger Gervalo.
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative, could you try that one more time for me?
Will do. Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Thank you. Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley. Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thomas.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello.
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné. Devlin.
No.
O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes no.
Harrison.
Harrison votes no.
Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Representative, could you try that just one more time for me?
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Representative, I might have to try and ask you one more time for that. Representative Zupkis, can you hear me?
Yes, Representative Zupkis votes no.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Chair, the roll has been called.
Could Representative Conley vote?
Yes, Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on now to, as a reminder, folks, votes are open until 4 p.m. today. We will move on now to item number 14 on our agenda, HB 5365. This is a JFS to the floor. We are looking at LCO 3775. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sims. For purposes of discussion, very briefly, this legislation requires out-of-state used car dealers selling to in-state buyers to provide title documents to the buyer within 14 days after delivering the vehicle. The bill also allows the DMV to enter into an agreement with an independent contractor to implement e-titling in the state, bringing our statutes into the 21st century. Are there questions or comments from committee members? I see Representative Carney has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Is there a second to that motion?
Second, Smith.
Seconded by Representative Smith. Are there any objections to adding this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will do so and then move on to item 15 on our agenda, an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3952. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Sims. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, I believe that was Senator Casano's voice, but I didn't see the face. Is that right, Senator Casano?
That's correct.
All right. Moved by Representative Sims, seconded by Representative Casano. The statute before, or the bill before us seeks to make a variety of changes. One requested by the Red Cross, which would to allow for blood transport vehicles to use the HOV lane. There's legislation in here pertaining to flood mitigation and stormwater planning, a microtransit pilot program. Actually a series of microtransit pilot programs, one of which would be aimed specifically at rural communities that currently lack access to public transportation, as well as suggestions by the good ranking member concerning golf carts at crossing roads. Is there a question or comment from the committee? Yes, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can you go over that pilot program regarding the test microtransit services? Is this something that is going to, a pilot program that's going to cover the entire state of Connecticut, or just a smaller area, or how many communities?
Thank you for the question, Senator Martin. I guess my answer is that no, it wouldn't cover the entirety of the state. The goal of microtransit is to make those first last mile connections. I feel fortunate that in the community where I live, there's a microtransit program called Wheels to You that can bring you for a very, very low fare from wherever you live to the train station during commuting hours. However, we know, and it's been pointed out by so many members of this committee, that there are many parts of the state that lack access to public transit, or where you could take a train to a community, but you can't get that last mile.
Yeah, come on in
order to access your job. So this legislation would require DOT to establish a microtransit pilot program to test microtransit services in the state. It would allow DOT to contract with third parties, as is done in my community of Westport, to provide that service. And it requires the department to report on the program and any recommendations for future deployment by 2025. In short, Senator, I think that this is a very targeted intervention to make sure that we are filling those gaps in public transit where they exist now. And it won't be comprehensive, but I think what's contemplated here is a handful of microtransit programs rolled out by the Department of Transportation.
I would agree. I have a few communities that have asked that we extend a bus route to the communities, but the economics of it just would never work. And I think this is a good hybrid or idea. But what I'd like to suggest is that there are bus routes currently in my community in Bristol that have hardly any passengers on the fast track bus system we have that passes or comes into the city on a regular basis, and to a point where people in Bristol laugh at the DOT for even contemplating on having a bus route here in Bristol, taking it to New Britain and other places, Plainville. So may I suggest that maybe this could be a work in progress to maybe have this program, maybe a pilot program here in Bristol, to look at maybe substituting the larger buses that are here on a regular basis. And by the way, I believe we have an intracity bus that takes us people from downtown Bristol up through Bristol Hospital and circles back around all day long. And there's nobody or very few, if any, that are on the bus. So maybe this is something that the DOT could look at as well.
I think it's a valuable suggestion, Senator Martin, and I'd be very open to continued conversation. I think that, like so many bills coming out of our committee today, SB 390 is subject to revisions in the weeks to come. And I don't know very much about the transit network in Bristol, but would be happy to sit with you and our Department of Transportation to learn more.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Smith.
I'll be real quick. I just got scolded. So on the floor of the House a while ago, we had voted on a bill to not allow Uber drivers to come across state lines. And I will tell you, I've been looking for a spot to tell this story, but this is probably not the exact bill, but I want to tell the story. Exactly what I predicted was going to happen happened. And in New Canaan now, it's very hard to get Uber and Lyft rides because we don't allow drivers to come across the state. So lines from New York to try and penalize New York, because New York doesn't allow our Uber drivers to go over there. Well, sure enough, now it's very hard to get Uber drivers. So I was looking for somewhere to tell the story and see if we can address that and have somebody contact New York and try and get some reciprocity. So anyway, all right, I'm done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Let's work on it, Representative. I didn't realize that was a problem, but I'd be glad to partner with that. It's not currently contemplated in this bill before us, but no reason we can't convene a meeting. Are there? Oh yes, Representative Smith, I believe, has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any stories to relay, but I do want to say that, as we look to expand transit options into more rural areas of the state, that the idea of microtransit as a way that may possibly help solve some of the problems of our rural residents as they try to make connections to where there are transit systems or train availability. I think it's a great idea. And so that this particular part of the bill is one that excites me. And I'm glad that we're doing this study and that it is more broad reaching than just focusing on the last mile in those areas where there's already fairly well established rail, and you just have those last mile connections where, in some parts of the state where we have transit deserts, it's more like the last 5 miles or more. So I'm happy to be supportive of this bill and look forward to the outcome of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Smith, and I look forward to that as well. I look forward not just to the outcome of the study, but the implementation of these programs. Hopefully in a handful of communities, and then if it's successful, rolled out in even more into the future. Seeing no other hands raised, Mr. Clerk, I think we'll proceed to a roll call vote. Oh, is that right? Yeah, a roll call vote, please.
House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statute. The action is JFS LCO number 3952. Lamar? Haskell?
Yes.
Casano?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Casano, could you try that one more time?
Senator Casano votes yes.
Thank you. Sims?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney?
I'm sorry, Phil. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Did we skip over 390?
They're having that same conversation now.
We did.
Mr. Clerk, could we please call the motion again? I believe we are on item number 15, Senate Bill 390. And that was where the discussion was. I think we may have inadvertently called the next item.
Item 16. So this is a
To clarify, the vote is being called on item number 15, SV 390.
LCO 3952. And just out of an abundance of caution, why don't we start the roll call vote from the top? This is a JFS to the floor.
Apologies. Senate Bill 390, an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. Action is JFS on LCO number 3952.
I'm sorry. Mr. Clerk, I think you're on the right track. Can you repeat it again for the purpose of clarity?
Let's try that again. Senate Bill 390, an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. The action is a JFS to the floor on LCO number 3952. There we go. Lamar. Haskell.
Yes.
Casano.
Yes.
Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Lopes votes yes.
Needleman. Austin.
Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin.
Martin votes yes.
Kissel. Berger Givallo.
Berger Givallo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Goupil. McCarthy Vahey.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Representative Goupil, could you try that one more time for me?
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. McCarthy Vahey.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thomas.
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello.
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes. Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné. Devlin.
Yes.
O'Day.
Yes.
Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Haynes. Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Zawistowski.
Zawistowski votes yes.
Zupkis.
Yeah. Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that should complete the roll.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative, please.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. As a reminder, we'll hold votes open until 4 o'clock. just sort of becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. We will move on now to item number 16 on our agenda, HB 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statutes. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3955. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sims. This is a complex bill that is largely still under a conversation with the DMV, likely subject to change before reaching the floor, but there are ideas from numerous caucuses contained in this legislation and reflective of the compelling testimony that we received during the public hearing. Are there questions or comments about the legislation before us? Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for acknowledging the complexity of this particular piece of legislation. There is one section 12 through 14 that I'm concerned with. I don't think that we should be dictating the use of used parts versus new. I think the owner of the vehicle should have that particular reasoning. They should be able to make their own choice. So I'm a little concerned with that part, and I would like to listen to the rest of the debate, and I will be flagging this bill. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. I'm going to recognize Co-Chair Lamar to respond to the concerns you raised about Section 12 and 13.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Reyes. And I'll first preface my response to you with the response to everyone. If you have a specific concern with any element of this bill, whether it's these sections or not, I'm going to concede you're probably right. And we'll concede that this is something that the four caucuses work on right up until the moment we introduce it on the floor of the House in the last week of session. It is something that we continually receive feedback from interested individuals, the DMV, impacted parties, and this has never been a bill that once it finally reaches the floor is controversial. And so I can continue to make that commitment to every member in this chamber that this is that bill that Representative Carney, Senator Haskell, myself, and Senator Summers will spend a lot of hours talking about for the next few weeks and months, and we'll end up in a place where, as usual, all members feel comfortable. To those specific sections that you referenced, Representative Reyes, there's been ongoing conversations with the impacted parties who deal in original manufactured parts, used manufactured parts, and recycled parts. To date, I believe that 2 of those 3 entities are happy with the language that we have in this bill. The third party that is not, I have committed to working with them as we move forward. And if we cannot reach a place where we feel comfortable that is what we're doing, that we're providing customers with a full and honest choice in the types of materials they use in their vehicles, this will not likely see the House floor. Through you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes, and thank you, Co-Chair Lamar. I see that Representative Meskers has his hand raised.
Yes, I think I made my full representation from the caucus meeting, so I'll try to keep it brief. I think the purview of this bill, as it relates to those sections in the repairs of cars, impacts on insurance. We're too late in the day to look for reference to the insurance committee. I don't think I am willing to even take that under consideration. But I have strong objections to the OMA language until someone can prove to me that there are some valid safety concerns. And I'm worried that its impact on the residents of the state and their insurance policies and the cost of insuring cars and their repair bills would be exorbitant. And the number of businesses that do salvage parts, that we would basically be tossing them into the junk pile. So I'm not in favor of that. I look forward to working, and I want to tag the bill. And I anticipate, I'm conflicted. I'm not sure if I'm going to vote no on the bill. I'd like to see it get it to the light of day out of committee. But unless I prove it otherwise, I will be a strong opponent to the bill on the general floor unless we resolve the OEM issue.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. I certainly appreciate those concerns and echo Representative Lamar's comments that we're going to continue to engage with the relevant parties here and hopefully seek a resolution that everybody can get behind. Otherwise, to the good co-chair's point, can't imagine it reaching the floor of the House or Senate. I see two other hands raised. I'm going to start with Senator Martin. There's also someone whose hand is raised that just has the name Zoom user, and I don't think we can call on that person unless they choose to identify themselves. So while Senator Martin asks his question, if you can just sort of rename yourself with the correct name using
Sure.
Zoom, we will go to you next. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be Representative Supkis. That's the Zoom user. So when you call in, I also have the same concerns as Representative Meskers as well as Reyes, so I won't dwell on that. But another part of this bill is regarding the suspension of unpaid fines. And I'm just curious if someone is not paying their fines or their fees or other associated charges, and we're saying to the commissioner that you can't hold back the reissuance of a driver's license, then how does one collect those fines, fees, and charges?
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to give Representative Lamar an opportunity to respond if you'd like. But I also just want to emphasize that this section, well, these sections 12, 13, and 14 are certainly a work in progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Martin, for the question. I think it's true that the threat of suspension for an unpaid fine does compel action to pay those fines. The worry, however, is the threshold by which your license may become suspended. If someone has 6 outstanding fines that they haven't paid, it probably makes sense to ensure that that person's license is suspended. But if they have one that they may have missed a notice, or they're just having difficulty making that payment, it's not an indication of them being a poor driver or a dangerous driver. It's just an indication that they don't have the financial means to pay at that moment. Is a suspension warranted in that circumstance? It is a conversation that I'm going to continue to have with the DMV to ensure that we're not complicating an interstate agreement that they have with many states along the Eastern Seaboard generally. But we are one of just a few states that do actually suspend driver's licenses for failure to pay minimal fines. And it's a topic I hope to explore further before we move forward. But I do believe it's likely a threshold question rather than an absolute question that will ultimately determine where we end up on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking forward to seeing what the absolute is. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Martin, and thank you, Representative Lamar. Representative Zupkis, Zoom user.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I just am going to be voting no to flag this as well. I have the same concerns. I have constituents and the whole use parts versus new parts from manufacturers, all those. It's a big concern for a couple of my constituents with small businesses. So I hope you will continue to work on it. And if it doesn't get fixed, it won't get to the floor. So I appreciate your efforts in trying to fix that. So I will be a no today to flag it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that feedback. I don't see any other hands raised. So at this point, Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to a roll call vote.
To confirm on agenda item number 16. House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statutes. The action is JFS on LCO number 3955. Lamar? Yes. Haskell?
Yes.
Casano?
Yes.
Sims?
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney?
Representative Carney votes yes.
Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman. Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin.
Martin, no to flag.
Kissel. Berger Gervalo.
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee.
Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey.
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle.
Rep Michelle votes yes.
Thomas.
Rep Thomas votes yes.
Meskers.
Sorry about that. Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello.
Rep. Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the negative.
Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes. Get it out of committee.
Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné. Devlin.
Yes.
O'Day.
Rep O'Day votes no.
Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Haynes. Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no to flag it.
Rabimbus.
Representative Bimbis votes yes.
Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Mr. Chair, that completes the roll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will move on now to item number 17 on our agenda, HB 5421, an act concerning a small harbor improvement projects account to fund dredging projects. This is a straight JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Sims. Is there a second?
Second, Representative Smith.
Seconded by Representative Smith. I want to thank Senator Summers for her bipartisan work on this legislation, and I see that Representative Carney has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we add this to the consent calendar.
Representative Carney has moved that we add it to the consent calendar. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Representative Lamar. Is there any objection to adding item number 17 on our agenda to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will do so and move on to item number 18, HB 5308, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority and changes to the Board of Directors of Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3687. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Seconded, Berger Gervalo.
Seconded by Representative Berger Gervalo. I'm going to ask that we pause for one moment to make sure that we're okay with the Legislative Commissioner's Office. No issues. Okay, seconded by Representative Berger Gervalo. Representative Carney has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Representative Carney has moved that we add this item to the consent calendar. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Lamar. Are there any objections to adding item number 18 on our agenda to the consent calendar? Seeing none, it is so ordered, and we will move on to item number HB 5309, an act concerning the conveyance of an easement over a parcel of state land in the town of Waterford. This is a JF with a change of reference to the Government Administration and Elections Committee.
Wasn't out, but
Is
did it
there a
come out?
motion?
After that, yeah. I
Moved
looked
by
at it.
Representative Lamar. Is there a second?
Second, Berger Javallo.
Thank you, Representative Berger Gervallo. Seconded by Representative Berger Gervallo. Representative Carney, your hand is raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Representative Carney has moved that this item be added to the consent calendar. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Lamar. Is there any objection to adding this item number 19 on our agenda to the consent calendar? Seeing none, it is so ordered. We move on to item number 20, our final, the final piece of legislation before us today, HB 5381, an act concerning the Federal Clean Air Act fee on motor vehicle registry. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Sims. Is there a second?
Second, Representative Smith.
Second by Representative Smith. Representative Carney, this is legislation I know you've worked hard on, and I see that your hand is raised.
I would like to make a motion that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Representative Carney is moved that this item be added to the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second,
Seconded by Representative Berger Gervallo. Is there any objection to that motion? Seeing none, we will add item 20 to our consent calendar. And I think that concludes a very long meeting today. We will now have a roll call vote on the consent calendar. And I would ask folks to stick around just for a few quick comments and thank yous at the end of the meeting. Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
For our consent calendar, Senate Bill 334, an act establishing a program to make preparing for and taking the commercial learner permit knowledge test available for incarcerated persons. The action is a JFS on LCO number 3979. Senate Bill 333, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Motor Vehicles. The action is JFS on LCO 3774. House Bill 5259, an act concerning an application to the Connecticut Port Authority for an extension of route. The action is JF. Senate Bill 391, an act concerning the recommendations of the Legislative Commissioner's Office regarding minor and technical revisions to the transportation and motor vehicle statutes. The action is JF. Senate Bill 215, an act concerning the development of a transportation engineering recruitment program. The action is a JFS on LCO number 3949. Senate Bill 389, an act concerning traffic mitigation. The action is a JFS to the floor on LCO number 3973. House Bill 5365, an act concerning certificates of title. The action is a JFS on LCO 3775. House Bill 5421, an act concerning a small harbor improvement projects account to fund dredging projects. The action is J up to the floor. House Bill 5308, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority and changes to the Board of Directors of Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. The action is JFS to the floor on LCO 3687. House Bill 5309, an act concerning the conveyance of an easement over a parcel of land in the town of Waterford. The action is a joint favorable referral to the Government Administrations and Elections Committee, or GAE. And the final item on the consent calendar is House Bill 5381, an act concerning the Federal Clean Air Act fee on motor vehicle registry. The action is JF to the floor. Lamar. Yes. Haskell.
Yes.
Casano. Sims.
Sims votes in the affirmative.
Carney.
Carney votes yes.
Summers. Doherty Abrams. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Needleman. Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Martin,
Martin votes yes.
Kissel, Berger Gervalo,
Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Blumenthal,
Blumenthal votes yes.
Chafee,
Chafee votes yes.
Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Conley,
Conley votes yes.
Goupil,
Representative Goupil votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle,
Brett Michelle votes yes.
Thomas,
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Morin Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Rosario, Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Dauphiné, Devlin,
Yes.
O'Day,
Yes.
Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Haynes,
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Zawistowski,
Yes.
Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes our roll.
Mr. Chair, my last vote get recorded? I wasn't sure if my mic was on. Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario, I did not hear you or see you on the screen. I'm happy to take your vote now.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, are you going to leave the votes open and will Phil stay on so that we can record any missed votes?
That's correct, Senator Austin. The votes will remain open until 4 p.m. and we'll just make a very few brief comments at the conclusion of the meeting, and then the clerk will be around to record those votes. I do want to recognize Representative Smith, who would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it very much. I just wanted to let everyone on the committee know, I attended this meeting today from my late uncle Larry Smith's home office, and I just wanted to very quickly say a couple of words about him. My uncle Larry moved to Tampa, Florida in the late 1960s to take a job as director of facilities at what was then known as the Hillsborough County Airport. And he worked for the Hillsborough County Airport Authority for the rest of his life. We now know it as Tampa International Airport. My uncle oversaw the implementation and the installation of the first automated people mover in the world. And later in his career, he was the chair of the committee that set the standard for those people movers worldwide. He's known as the grandfather of automated people movers. And he built Tampa International Airport to be voted the #1 airport in the United States. And having just flown through that airport yesterday to arrive here to help set up for a memorial ceremony that's taking place this weekend in his honor, I couldn't pass the opportunity for letting you all know that's why I'm here, and that my heart today is very near and dear to all the work that we do on the Transportation Committee, which I volunteered for because of my uncle and his advice. So thank you all for the opportunity to serve on this committee with you and to attend with you today from his office. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you, Representative Smith, for sharing the story of his work. And if there's a silver lining to this Zoom era, it's that you can participate from where you are and attend to that important family business while still being engaged on the important matters before us today. So thank you for those comments. I just wanted to briefly say that it's been a I'll turn it over to the ranking members and co-chair in just one moment. I just wanted to say that it's been a tremendous honor working with this committee. Both my colleagues in the legislature and also our staff, both partisan and nonpartisan, and the many activists and advocates who have business before this committee. I've learned a ton from my short time on the Transportation Committee, and want to thank you all for your patience with me as I get up to speed on the complex issues that we deal with every day. I know that we've got many more weeks ahead of working together, but I did want to explicitly thank Phil Maniero, a wonderful clerk and advisor and friend, Trenton Cappy, our sessional, as well as Glenn Prushinsky, both sessionals working hard on the committee this year. Katrina Stratton, who I can't say enough about in terms of the detail that she dedicates towards the legislative drafting. I don't know where we'd be without Katrina. Heather, and Heather Poole and Jen Proto from OLR answer questions truly nearly any time, day or night. And I feel like I didn't discover the Office of Legislative Research until a few months into the legislative session. What an incredible resource. Fair enough. What an incredible resource you guys provide. So thank you for that. Patrick Mellon in the Office of Fiscal Analysis, thank you for helping us think through so many bills this session. Manny Marasotis, STO. I don't know if Manny is still here, but Manny is really my guiding light in thinking through so many issues. And I know that there are other partisan staff who participate in our screenings who will likely be thanked and recognized by my colleagues. But Adam, Ben, Chris, it's been a pleasure working with you guys. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. And you hit the nail on the head when it came to so many of the nonpartisan staff that make up the work of this committee. The chairs and ranking members of this committee take an obligation and a sentiment of trust that each of the members of the caucuses place in us to work together towards that final week of session when we run bills that impact the Department of Motor Vehicles and Department of Transportation. We do it in a collaborative way, and we know we do it with that trust in mind, and that we don't put a product before you that you're not proud of and that you can't support. And we only get to that point because of the close, cohesive work that we have as leadership of the committee, but the reliance that we have on Phil Maniero, Katrina Stratton, Heather Poole, Jennifer Proto to get us to that point. And it is a lot of work. You know, pulling off a bipartisan committee with that type of relationship is a lot of work. It means a lot of time we spend together to get to that point. And it only happens because of our ability to rely on incredible staff, and both the nonpartisan and the partisan staff that we have in this committee are extraordinary. And with that, I want to recognize on my side, Adam Squire, House Democratic Office, who first year in transportation. So I didn't rely on him as much as I have when I used to serve on judiciary, and he, introduced me to all the concepts as a non-lawyer I had no idea about. But here, thankfully, I get to educate him a little bit. And then we also rely tremendously on Ann Kleza, Catherine Grady, and Alex Peterson, who serve the Department of Transportation, the DMV, and the Connecticut Airport Authority, respectively. And we end up with a final product that has their input and advice. And that's how we end up with, I think, the best working committee in the building. And with that, Senator Haskell, I just want to say thank you for your time here as chair. It's only been one short year, a year and a month, I think, since you were named chair. And I've had an incredible opportunity to work with you. And I'm glad I got that opportunity before you left. It's been a privilege, and I've learned a lot from you. And that's hard to say as someone with a daughter who is your age, but I've learned a lot from you in your time here. I had to throw it in there because you made fun of everyone else for highlighting your age. I felt like I had to get one last reference in there. But thank you so much for your time and the passion that you brought to this committee, and your willingness and desire to get out across the state got me to leave the house over the course of the summer and traverse all over. I got a lot of credit for going to all these places that only Will made me go to. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. I've learned way more from you and have so enjoyed the opportunity to work together. I'm excited for that work to continue in the weeks ahead. Senator Summers or Representative Carney, is there anything you want to say before we wrap up?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone as well. all the nonpartisan staff has done a great job. Certainly Ben Barecki on my side and Chris Zav for the Senate Republicans, and then our sessional Glenn Prashinsky, who have been extremely helpful during our screening process and our legislative process. I want to thank the staffs of the DMV, DOT, Airport Authority, and Port Authority for their willingness to come before us and to provide and for us to give them feedback and for them to give us feedback, and everyone on the committee. This has traditionally been a very well-run committee. We don't argue a lot. There's not usually a ton of controversy on most bills. So I just want to highlight that. Phil, as always, I think you've been on the committee every year. I've been on the committee, so I don't know how old that makes you. But happy birthday, and you're doing a great job. And of course, I want to thank my co-ranking member, Senator Summers, for all her hard work, and my caucus members, and of course, Representative Lamar, who I have, I think, become friends with outside of the legislature, primarily because of the work we've done together on this committee. I do enjoy our conversations outside of legislation as well. And of course, Senator Haskell, I want to wish you the best of luck. We may not agree on everything, but certainly the fact that you've accomplished so much at such a young age really should be commended. And I know that you have a very bright future ahead of you, and I'm sure you're going to do a lot of great things. So with that, thank you everyone for this session.
Thank you so much, Representative Carney. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And it's been such a pleasure working and learning from you as well. I think that Senator Summers had to step away for another meeting. So that concludes our meeting. Because we are so close to the 4 o'clock deadline, Phil, on his birthday, has very graciously agreed to keep votes open until 4:30 p.m. So if you have not cast your vote yet, you'll have an opportunity to do so until 4:30. Thank you again. It's been a pleasure working with each and every one of you, and this meeting will stand in recess.
So Phil, this is Senator Austin. I think I missed one vote.
Then you could check Zupkis. I don't know that I missed any, just want to make sure.
Senator, if you give me just a moment, I'll be happy to check. I believe it was only one vote.
Haynes votes, I think I missed one as well, Phil. Thank you.
Rep. Sims, I think I missed one as well.
Senator Austin, the one bill I need your vote for would be House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise, and the act is a JF to the floor.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative. Thank you, and happy birthday.
Thank you, Senator. I'm here to work through whoever's next. Just on my line, I see Representative Chafee. Let's see, Representative Chafee.
I'm not sure that I missed any. I just wanted to double check.
Representative, it looks like you have taken all the votes that are before us today.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Representative Peel, if you give me just 1 moment. Representative Peel, I need a vote for you on House Bill 5255. An act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The act is the JFS on LCO number 3953.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. And then Representative Goupil, I have you on camera. I also have a vote required for House Bill 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. The action is a JFS on LCO number 3950.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Goupil, I have you logged and registered on all the votes before us today. Should be all set.
Thank you and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Let's see, next I see Representative Concepcion. Representative, let me just check. I have you. All right, Representative, I will need your vote on House Bill 5255, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The action is a JFS on LCO number 3953 for Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you. And I do have Representative Zupkis on that one. I am. All right. Representative Concepcion, I will also need a vote for you on House Bill 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. The action is JFS on LCO number 3950.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you.
If I mute your phone.
And Rep Sims, I'll get to you in just a moment. You just let me take care of Representative Concepcion while I got him on camera. Representative Concepcion, the next bill I have is House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. It is a straight JF to the floor.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Concepcion, I believe I have you now logged on every bill that was before us for a vote, including the consent calendar. So you should be all set.
All right. Thanks, Phil. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Representative Sims, let me grab you while I got you right here on camera. I have you on the consent calendar. All right. Representative, I have one. Looks like you're just missing one vote. House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. The action is a JFS number 4017.
I'm going to vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Spitz, you should now
And happy
be-
birthday.
Thank you very much. It is second year in a row for JF. Thank you. Representative Haynes, I have you right here on my screen. And I know I have a few votes for you, so let me pull those to the side. Representative, I just need Representative Haynes on two votes. The first one is Senate Bill 390, an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. The action is a JFS on LCO number 3952.
Thank you, Phil. Haynes votes no.
Thank you. And Representative Haynes, while I got you on camera again, I have one more bill, House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statutes. The action there is a JFS 3955.
Haynes also votes no.
Thank you very much. And with that, Representative,
Bill, can I make a change to a vote?
Yes,
No.
you can change your vote if you'd like.
Can I also make a change to my vote on SB 214?
214, yes, I have you voting yay. Would you like to change that?
To nay.
Nay on Senate Bill 214, the sale of electric vehicles in the state. The action, just to be certain, is JFS on an LCO 3641, and you would like to change to a nay vote.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much and happy birthday.
Thank you, Representative. Have yourself a good day.
You too now.
Yes, sorry, let me get you, Senator. The consent calendar would be the easier one to start with. House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. It is a straight JF. Senate Bill 332, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing, the straight JF again. Senate Bill 390, act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. JFF. House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statutes, again, JFS 395. And Senator, I believe you are now all set and voting on every bill. All right. Well, thank you, kind sir. Very welcome. I'll
Bill,
try.
can you check,
I have property law.
can you check me, please? I think I'm all set, but just want to make sure.
Let me check. Representative, I have you on the consent calendar. I have you on bill 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I have you on all bills, folks.
Thank you. I was in and out of doctors. I broke my toe, so I was in and out of the doctor. So thank you. Hey, happy birthday.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you feel better soon.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Michelle, while I see you first on the screen, I have you on the consent calendar. If you just allow me 1 second. Representative Michelle, I have you present and voting on every bill before us. Did you wish to change one of your votes?
No, I appreciate it, Phil, and happy birthday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Rosario, I see you on my screen next. I believe I have you voting on. All right. I have 1, 2, 3. I just need your vote on 2 bills, Representative. The first is Senate Bill 214, an act concerning sale of electric vehicles in the state. The action is JFS on LCO 3641.
I vote yes on that one.
Thank you, Representative. And the next bill is Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. The action is a JFS 401.
I vote yes on that as well, and happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, Representative. You are all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Senator Casano, how are you, sir? Oh, Senator, you're still on mute, unfortunately.
I believe I missed one vote.
Yes, Senator, let me double check. I have a vote required for you for the consent calendar. And if you give me just one more, I have 1. I need 5 votes from you, Senator.
5.
Or 6 votes, I should say. The first is the consent calendar.
Senator Casano, yes.
Excellent. The next vote I have is House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational scenic areas. It's a JFS on LCO 4017.
Yes.
Thank you. Next bill I have is Senate Bill 214, an act concerning sale of electric vehicles in the state. It is also a JFS on LCO number 3641.
Senator Casano votes no.
Thank you. I have Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. It's a JFS 4015.
Senator Casano votes yes.
House Bill 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. It's a JFS 3950.
Yes.
Thank you. And House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. It is a straight JF.
Yes.
Senator, it looks to me as though you have voted on every bill before us today, and you should be all set.
Thanks, Phil, and happy birthday.
Thank you
Well,
so much, Senator Needleman. I believe I need 2 votes from you. Let's start with the easy one, the consent calendar.
That's a yes.
Excellent.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much, Senator. All right, let's see. I require a few votes from you. I have House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas, the JFS on LCO number 4017.
So that has been turned into a study bill, right, Phil?
Yes, I believe that was the substitute language change.
Okay, so obviously it's flagged for me representing 3 shoreline communities, but I'm a yes on studying it.
Thank you. The next item I have is Senate Bill 214, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. It's also an LCO number 3641.
I think not. I'm a no.
I have House Bill 5255, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation, again at JFS LCO 3953.
Is that a contentious bill?
It's the Department of Transportation's agency request bill, so it had previously some of the safety requests that were met resistance at a public hearing.
I'm sorry, but I missed that. What were the safety request concerns?
I believe the original iteration of the bill had a mandatory helmet law, a prohibition on open containers. I believe the new draft of the bill keeps the prohibition on open containers, but does not make mention of motorcycle helmets.
So it keeps the open container component. So I did hear part of that debate. I understand both sides of this issue. I also understand that there's a lot of federal money at stake with it. I hope we can find some resolution that allows us to get the $150 million. So I'm flagging it, but I'm going to vote yes on the request.
Thank you, Senator. The next bill is 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. It's a JFS on LCO number 3950.
Again, a study bill. How did that fall out voting? How many opposed?
11 members opposed. So, a little bit right around a third of the committee.
Okay, so I'm in favor of studying this because it could provide some efficiencies. Although these shouldn't get too big because that would really complicate public transportation in the state. So if there's any efficiencies to be gained, my local health district and Middletown merged recently. So yes, I'm a yes for studying it.
And then House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. It is a straight JM.
What was that about?
Regarding vehicles that have external speakers playing music at a certain volume that's disrupted the local communities.
So it has nothing to do with exhaust?
I believe there might be an exhaust component. If you give me a moment, I'd be happy to send to you some of the summaries created by caucus members. And I believe we have until 4:30 to take a vote on that bill.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, we extended it to 4:30. That's right. I don't want to take up the time if anyone else needs it. Let me just say I'm in favor of regulating the noise, the police, but there's an issue with handheld noise meters. So some of these motorcycles and cars that have, deliberately noise making exhaust control systems, I would love to find a way to deal with that. I'm not really in favor of the music part of it. So that's why I want to know.
Certainly, I will check into that with OLR for you and shoot you an email. The next one I have is act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing. It's also a straight JF. The bill came about from a request earlier to prevent people from being forced to sign a contract of where they're going to store their vehicle before that vehicle is towed on the road.
Is that a committee bill?
Yes. A raised bill, I believe.
Okay, we don't know who put that bill in. I'm just wondering what that issue is about.
I believe it was from a few different lobbyists and perhaps some legislators. I would have to double check for you.
Is it a study or is it an actual bill?
It is a full bill.
And I'm sorry to take the time, but how did the vote go on that?
9 votes against and everyone else is for the bill.
All right, I'll be for that one, but I am interested in the one about the noise.
What's the bill number?
What's the bill number on the noise? We'll look it up here.
The motor vehicle noise is 5422.
5422. Okay, is that all, Phil?
I believe there is one more. If you just give me one. Two more bills, Senator. The first is an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. It's a JFS 3952.
You don't remember the content of that?
It was one of the aircraft carrier bills with a lot of different requests in it. So far, there's only one no vote against it.
Okay, so I'm a yes on that one.
And House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statutes. Again, that's on JFS is 3955.
And that was mostly supported?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a yes on that. So the only one that I'm looking for guidance on is the noise one. Do you want to put me on hold and take someone else?
Certainly, and I can give you a call back on your cell phone when.
Yeah, I'll just stay on while I'm looking it up. So I'll keep my hand, I'll take my hand down, and when I'm done, I'll raise it again.
Perfect. And Representative Reyes, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Phil. Thank you very much. And best birthday wishes for you.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe I'm only missing a few of your votes. Give me 1 second. Yes, Representative, I just need one vote from you. It's on House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. The action's a JFS to the floor on LCO number 4017.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative. And I believe with that, you should be voting on every bill that was before us today.
Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it easy, Representative. And Representative Zalestowski, I see you logged in. And Senator Needleman, I'm happy to take your vote whenever you're ready, but by no means you have to take it this second if you don't wish.
Okay, so I vote yes on that last one. Thank you, Phil.
Sir, just one moment. I believe I have to read the bill out just to keep within the rules.
Okay.
Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. The action is a straight JF.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator, and I believe you are now all set.
Take care. Enjoy the day.
Thank you. You as well. Senator, can you hear me?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm overseas for my other job and exhausted, and I couldn't get a good internet connection. It died during the meeting. So can you hear me or no?
Yes, yes, I can hear and see you.
Because you're freezing, so I wanted to see if I can place my votes.
Yes, let's start with the easy one. Senator Summers, we have a consent calendar. Would you like to vote on it?
Vote yes.
Thank you. And with the roll call votes, I will just go down the list for you. First one is House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. It's a JFS on LCO 4017.
I thought I voted on that. I got that one in. I was a yes, because that's just the state now, right?
Do have you? It's just a little iffy mark, so I thought I'd double check.
Okay. Then my computer wouldn't connect, so I missed the rest.
And the second bill I have is Senate Bill 214, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles. Again, a JFS LCO 3641.
Summers votes no.
Then I have Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act.
Summers votes no.
No, just to find it, it was a JFS on LCO 4015. Next bill we have is House Bill 5255, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation, the DOT agency. The action is JFS on LCO 3953.
And is that number 6 on the agenda?
Give me one moment.
I just want to make sure.
This is, yes, number 6.
Okay, Summers votes yes.
Thank you. Then we have House Bill 5256, an act studying consolidation of local and regional transit districts, a JFS LCO number 3950.
Summers votes no.
I have House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. It is straight JF.
Summers votes no.
Senate Bill 332, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing. It is a straight JF.
Summers votes yes.
Senate Bill 390, an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. It is a JFS on LCO 3952.
Summers votes yes.
And the final bill I need is House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statutes. It is a JFS on LCO 3955.
Summers votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. If you give me one.
Thank you so much.
I believe,
Happy birthday, by the way.
Senator, and I believe you have now voted on every bill.
Okay, I hope you do something fun tonight.
Property law, not the most fun. Have a good one. Representative Dauphiné, how are you?
I'm great. Happy birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday.
Thank you very much.
Fun times, property law. I can tell you're going to have a good night. Yeah, so I have to do all of them. I think I wasn't on for anything.
Perfect. I will just go down the list for you. We'll start with the easy one. We have a consent calendar. First that I'd like to call your vote on. The items are item number 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 17, 18, 19, and 20 on the agenda. So far, there are only yeses on the consent calendar.
What am I part of? 3, 5, 7, 8, 9,
11,
14, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Yes, I'm a yes. Representative Dauphiné votes yes.
Thank you. Consent calendar. Make sure we do the roll calls. All right, the first I have House Bill 5254, an act ensuring access to parking near public beaches and recreational and scenic areas. It's a JFS on LCO number 4017.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
Then I have Senate Bill 214, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. It's JFS on LCO number 3641.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
I have Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. It's a JFS on LCO 4015.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
Then I have House Bill 5255, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. It is JFS to the floor on LCO number 3953.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
I have House Bill 5256, an act studying the consolidation of local and regional transit districts. It's a JFS on LCO number 3950.
Okay, so they didn't change it to a JF. Okay, Rep. Dauphine votes no.
An act, House Bill 5422, an act concerning motor vehicle noise. It's a straight JF.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
Senate Bill 332, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
Senate Bill 390, an act concerning revisions to the transportation statutes. It is a JFS on LCO number 3952.
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
And finally, House Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statute, is JFS to the floor on LCO number 3955.
And Rep. Dauphine votes no.
Thank you very much, Representative. If you just give me one moment to double check, I believe I now have you voting on every bill that was before us. Yes, you are now all set.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. You as well. It is 4:30 and the votes have now closed.